As time flowed by, and the sun and moon alternated, soon 1 month had passed. On the first day of the new month, inside the huge stone room where Xianxia lived, the pretty young girl Guaner sat a few hundred meters away, bored, watching Xianxia, who was currently engaged in reading. On the long table there were hundreds of ancient books, but after this period of time, Xianxia had basically read through all of them, and the ones he had finished stacked in a messy pile to his left, while only a few he had yet to glance through remained on his right. The previous knowledge contained in these ancient books has been deeply carved into Xianxia's mind. Guaner let out a light sigh, secretly thinking to herself that this human race boy was actually quite diligent, spending an entire month inside the stone room reading through all the ancient books piled up here with great enthusiasm. Suddenly, the space nearby twisted, and a faint energy fluctuation came from her side. Standing up, Guaner smiled happily and assumed a respectful posture. Soon, from the small distortion, a mature and dignified woman gradually appeared. It was none other than Senior Li. "Greetings, mistress." Guaner quickly bowed. Senior Li gently nodded before glancing over at Xianxia in the distance, smiling as she asked, "How is his performance?" "He's quite interesting," Guaner replied honestly. "Very different from the humans that came here before." "Oh? How so?" Senior Li asked, slightly interested. "He spent all his time studying those ancient books left by all the previous alchemists and hasn't taken a single step outside his room. He also hasn't shown any irritable or urgent behavior." "Hehe, mistress. Do you think he's perhaps a bit silly?" Senior Li stared at Xianxia deeply and slowly shook her head, her brow furrowing for a moment before her eyes suddenly lit up. "He's definitely not stupid, but looking at him, he seems to be quite interested in the alchemic way, which actually saves us quite a bit of trouble. In any case, let's go see him, since he's behaved quite well so far. It should be all right to tell him some things." "Yes," Guaner answered quickly. 2 women, one old, one young, walked towards Xianxia, and soon came up beside him. Xianxia, however, remained indifferent, still sitting in his chair, immersed in the ancient book in his hands. Guaner lightly coughed and called out, "Outsider! Wait a minute." Xianxia responded faintly, not even lifting his eyes. Guaner was stunned and suddenly felt unhappy. "Senior Li has come to see you. Quickly stand up and greet her." Xianxia let out a light sigh, glanced over at her, and then lowered his eyes back down to his book and ignored her. Guaner couldn't help feeling annoyed and was just about to reprimand him again when Senior Li raised her hand and motioned to her to let it go, smiling light as she stood there patiently and waited. Guaner ground her teeth but still obeyed, but her impression of this outsider plummeted a few notches. She wished to give him a few good slaps to teach him a harsh lesson. Time passed quickly, and Senior Li and Guaner had soon waited for half a day before Xianxia finally closed the ancient book in front of him and let out a long sigh. "Finished." Senior Li finally spoke in a soft tone. Xianxia nodded lightly. "How is it?" "Some gains," Xianxia replied. Senior Li smiled beautifully. "It seems you really have some foundation in the alchemic way. Without a certain foundation in alchemy, it would be impossible for anyone to understand these ancient books." Xianxia grinned. "You seem to have caught quite a number of people with conflagrated knowledge seas before, then brought them here and trained them to become alchemists, and I now somewhat understand what it is you want me to do." This 1 month, Xianxia had read all of these ancient books. Some of these books were left behind by famous predecessors who had deep attainments in the alchemic way, while others were put together from the various experiences and insights of people who had suffered the same fate as Xianxia. They had been caught and sent here by the coffin-carrying man, and under the support and training of the members of the demon race here, they had toiled away to become alchemy grandmasters, but unfortunately, not one of them could satisfy the necessary requirements, and all of them had eventually disappeared. 1 month's time was enough for Xianxia to understand his capture's intentions and his own situation, which allowed him to completely calm himself. As long as these people needed his help, he didn't have to worry about his safety and would in fact gain many benefits instead. We have captured a lot of cultivators with conflagrated knowledge C for the express purpose of cultivating powerful alchemists," Senior Li frankly admitted. "Why? Do you have some kind of problem you need an alchemist to solve?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Such as, refining some pill? Senior Li looked at him with amazement and after a long time, nodded lightly. And we need to refine certain pill. But not just any alchemist can refine the pill we need. It must be alchemist with a conflagrated knowledge. See. That's the reason why you were caught and sent here. Good. It just so happens I want to become an alchemist. So if your conditions are right, I don't mind helping you. Yang Kai looked at her said in a businesslike manner. Shameless boasting, Guaner spat disdainfully. Cultivators with conflagrated knowledge sees are rare, but over the countless years, Coffin Slave Senior has also caught and sent us more than a dozen people, each of whom was an outstanding master, yet none of them were able to complete our request. What makes you so confident that you can succeed where they have failed? That's my problem, you don't have to worry about it. And besides, you should be hoping I can succeed, should you not? Yang Kai smiled faintly. Indeed, we very much hope that you can succeed and free us from our long imprisonment, so we can go out and see the outside world. Senior Li gently nodded, a look of anticipation flashing across her eyes. First allow me introduce ourselves. Our ancestors had the honor of serving as the great demon god's disciples and elite guard. However, at some point, our ancestors were sealed by the great demon god in this independent small world, and from that time we have not been able to leave. The great demon god, and an independent small world. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly. Great demon god is the supreme being of our demon race, the master of our ancestors, Senior Li said with great reverence and respect. As for the independent small world, it's what the space we currently occupy is known as. According to legend, in ancient times, when extraordinarily powerful masters fought, they would often tear open space and create small isolated spaces. We refer to these spaces as independent small worlds. Have you heard of this before? I've heard of such places before. I just didn't know they were called independent small worlds. Yang Kai nodded. Apparently the Inheritance Heaven's Cave and the isolated world in Nether Mountain were independent small worlds. Suddenly realizing something, Yang Kai smiled strangely. Since great demon god was the master your ancestors served, why were they sealed in this place? Senior Li smiled and shook her head. Although there are some speculations about this in our ancient books, no clear reason was ever recorded. However, after so many years, what that reason was has very little significance. Now, our greatest wish is to leave this independent small world. Because of a certain problem with our physiques, we aren't able to survive in the outside world, so we need a special type of pill to be refined in order to fix the defects in our bodies, and this pill is what we need you to refine. I understand. Yang Kai nodded and asked, what about the coffin-carrying man? He should be one of your people. Why can he walk about outside and why does he carry that blood-red coffin everywhere he goes? Senior Li's expression suddenly became a bit dispirited as she solemnly replied. You should be referring to Coffin Slave Senior. He is actually dead, but through a special technique, he is able to maintain a very limited degree of consciousness. He travels around outside seeking cultivators with conflagrated knowledge seas in order to help us. As for his true identity, we don't even know how old he is or when his mission began, only that in our oldest records he has always existed. The blood-red coffin he carries is actually the seal of this independent small world. It can be said that Coffin Slave Senior is literally carrying the destinies of the thousands of members of our clan on his back. You mean if someone was to successfully rob the blood-red coffin from him and destroy it? Yang Kai suddenly had a terrifying thought. Then this world will collapse and all of us will be killed by the power of the void. Senior Li explained. Yang Kai was stunned and couldn't help feeling a burst of chills. Your destinies are completely out of your hands. As is yours now, Senior Li smiled lightly. So in order to get out of here as soon as possible, you should work hard. I hope that you are indeed different from the others who came before you and can fulfill our wish. Arriving at this point, Senior Li suddenly asked, That's right, what grade of alchemist are you now? What grade of pill can you refine? Yang Kai lightly coughed. I can reluctantly only refine earth-grade pills. The young beauty Guaner couldn't help but covering her small mouth, and even Senior Li looked at Yang Kai with an incredulous look. From how Yang Kai had spoken and acted so far, always confident and composed, The two women had thought he was already a skilled alchemist, but now it seems that this was not the case at all. This outsider was clearly just a novice when it came to the alchemic way, so both of them couldn't help feeling somewhat disappointed. However, Xianxia just chuckled. My teacher taught me that before I reached the immortal ascension boundary, I was not to perform alchemy. As such, I just recently began my practical studies. How long do you need to become a saint-grade alchemist? Guaner asked. Only a saint-grade alchemist can refine the pill we need. Shouldn't be long. Xianxia grinned confidently. I really hope that that's true. You have to accomplish this goal within 10 years. Otherwise, you'll die. Senior Li stared at him seriously. It's not that we want to impose a deadline on you after which we will kill you, but you should be able to tell that this world is filled with demonic qi, which is incompatible with the true qi of your human race. Once you have been exposed to it for too long, you will inevitably be influenced by the surrounding demonic qi, and your consciousness will become more and more irritable and violent, eventually degrading completely. All of those who were sent here before by Coffin Slave Senior suffered such fates, and we were forced to kill them. You can rest assured that even if I stay here for 100 years, the demonic qi here will not affect me. Xianxia sneered. Not only would he not be affected, his unyielding golden skeleton would even become stronger. It actually quite liked the surrounding energy here. Your confidence is certainly not small. Guaner looked at Xianxia with disdain. You humans always like talking big, but in the end you're not as good as us demons. Inside the huge stone room, Xianxia sat cross-legged in front of a water tank-sized pill furnace, slowly injecting his true qi into it while concentrating on forming a simple spirit array. After a while, the spirit array was successfully formed, and Xianxia orderly put a series of herbs into the furnace while refining their medicinal essences with his true qi. Soon, these herbs were all refined into medicinal liquids and were gathered together into a single mass. Under the dual action of the spirit array and Xianxia's true qi, this ball of liquid slowly underwent some subtle changes. A faint medicinal fragrance began leaking from the furnace, and Xianxia became more and more focused. A short time later, Xianxia's eyes shot open and his hands formed a series of seals, while he rapidly injected his true qi into the furnace. In the next instant, a round yellow-colored pill shot out of the pill furnace and was swiftly caught by Xianxia. The pill was still warm, and after giving it a quick sniff and inspecting its quality, Xianxia gently nodded. Earth-grade top rank. With his current skill and experience, he could now easily refine Earth-grade top-rank pills. Placing the finished pill into a nearby jade bottle, Xianxia closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing for a moment before beginning this process all over again. Inside the stone room where he lived, there was a big pile of herbs that had been provided to him by the demon race people here. With materials being provided to him freely, Xianxia only needed to concentrate on improving his alchemy skill. Xianxia didn't show any signs of impatience or unease. Even though he was sent here by the coffin-carrying man, and although the task the beautiful woman needed him to complete wasn't simple, Xianxia still found this place somewhat comfortable. Up until now, although he had wanted to study the alchemic way, Xianxia had always been short on funds and was unable to buy the necessary herbs. His only real practical experience was the 10-day period he had spent experimenting in bold independent city. Now suddenly presented with such good conditions, being wholeheartedly trained by these demon race people, Xianxia was naturally not in a hurry to leave, not to mention even if he wanted to go he couldn't. He now knew that the mature beauty who had first greeted him, who was called Senior Li, the beautiful woman with an icy temperament, the old man, and the annoying Chu Jian, were all saints. Faced with such powerful masters, Xianxia wasn't interested in disgracing himself by trying something stupid. Now what he had to do was improve his alchemy skills. Xianxia not only found he enjoyed alchemy, but by repeatedly using his true qi to delicately portray spirit arrays and manipulate medicinal essences, his own strength and state of mind also improved as well, a very gratifying result. The young girl Guaner was responsible for monitoring Xianxia's movements, so she would often sit in the same spot a few hundred meters from him and observe his progress. Seeing Xianxia successfully refine another pill, Guaner couldn't help smiling happily and clenching her fist, almost as if she was the one who had been the one to accomplish this. When the air beside her began to warp, Guaner was surprised for a moment before quickly composing herself. A moment later, the beautiful Senior Li appeared, and this time she was accompanied by the icy woman and the old man as well. "Greetings, three lords," Guaner quickly greeted. The three people gently nodded before turning their attention towards Yang Kai, the beautiful Senior Li, asking, "How is his progress?" "Very good," Guaner replied seriously. "It's really quite surprising, but he seems to be very talented in alchemy. I can tell that before now he hadn't had much experience performing alchemy, but in less than 1 month, his skill has risen to the point where he can easily refine Earth-grade top-rank pills, and in a few days, I believe he should be able to refine heaven-grade pills." "Is he really so talented?" Senior Li's beautiful eyes lit up, a look of expectation appearing on her face. The last time she had come here and had a long talk with Yang Kai, although she was satisfied with his attitude, when she heard that he had only just begun experimenting with alchemy, she couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. Among the dozens of people who had come before Yang Kai who possessed conflagrated knowledge seas, there were a number who had never been exposed to alchemy before. Those people, with no exception, after 10 years, all had terrible achievements in the alchemic way. As such, Senior Li didn't expect much from Yang Kai at the time, thinking he would be like those people. But now, after listening to Guaner's comments, Senior Li found herself pleasantly surprised. This young boy seemed to be very different from his predecessors. "Senior Li, if this boy continues to progress at this speed, within 10 years, he may really be able to refine saint-grade pills." The old man caressed his white beard and gently nodded, his wrinkled face filled with a look of expectation. "His performance is really reassuring, but right now, there's still a big problem in front of us." The icy woman cut in. Listening to her words, both Senior Li and the old man's expressions couldn't help sinking. "What problem?" Guaner asked in confusion, glancing at the faces of the three seniors and realizing that there was some kind of difficult issue. Senior Li smiled softly and replied, "It's a matter of materials. The mysterious small world we live in is quite vast, but the materials produced are still limited, and after so many years of collection, the output is no longer as good as it once was. I don't know if the materials we have on hand are enough to train him to become a saint-grade alchemist. If there aren't enough..." Guaner suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. If this outsider wanted to continue raising his skills, he would need to use an incredibly large number of spirit herbs to practice. Only by accumulating vast amounts of practical experience would his alchemy techniques reach the level they required of him. The demon race believed in their physical strength, and because of the nature of the demonic chi within their bodies, they were basically unsuited to practicing alchemy, so although they would occasionally collect herbs, they would normally just consume them raw and the benefits they obtained would be minimal. Regarding this, many amongst the demon race were quite envious of the human race's alchemist, and they would also spend great sums of money to buy pills from the human race. And so for countless years, the demon race people who lived here had collected and eaten a large number of herbs, and although Senior Li had purposefully cultivated some herb gardens, the herbs they produced would still not be enough to fully cultivate Yang Kai. "What should we do?" Guaner was a little bit flustered, now that they had finally seen a glimmer of hope. If all of their plans were to fail because they lacked enough raw materials, it would really be a pity. "Can we let Coffin Slave Senior gather some herbs from the outside world?" Guaner made a suggestion. To her suggestion, Senior Li shook her head lightly. Coffin Slave Senior has already passed on, and only his remaining obsession to find those with conflagrate knowledge seas allows his body to temporarily take action. We have no way of communicating other requests to him. The old man paused for a moment before angrily muttering, "Over the past 100 years, Chu Jian has never offered any herbs to Demon God Citadel. He should have a great many in storage. You want him to ask him?" The icy woman's eyes narrowed. "He won't listen to you. Senior Li is the Lord of Demon God Citadel. Every member of our clan must heed her orders. If Chu Jian dares to ignore, then he is guilty of rebellion." The icy woman just sneered. "He's been rebelling for more than a few days now." Senior Li took a deep breath, her full chest undulating intoxicatingly for a moment before she let out a sigh. "Let's set aside Chu Jian's position for now. The herbs we have are still enough to support him for some time. We can discuss this issue again when it becomes a real problem." The icy woman and the old man both exchanged a glance and slowly shook their heads, thinking that Senior Li was being too lenient once again. Her benevolence was quite a rare trait amongst those of the demon race. Guaner, you continue taking care of him. If he has any requirements, as long as it is not too much, do your best to satisfy them. Senior Li gave a command. Understood. Guaner quickly responded. The mature beauty glanced over at Yang Kai again, but just as she and the two other seniors were about to leave, Yang Kai seemingly sensed their gazes and turned his eyes towards them, grinning as he called out in a loud voice. Perfect timing. I have something I'd like to ask you. Senior Li smiled lightly, and together with the icy woman and the old man flickered and appeared in front of Yang Kai, softly asking, "What's the matter?" Yang Kai didn't reply immediately, his eyes shifting back and forth. The old man saw this and was quite dissatisfied, coldly shouting, "Human brat, take back your filthy eyes. Otherwise this old master will teach you how to show proper etiquette." Yang Kai smiled awkwardly to this and replied, "I was just wondering what I should call you." Senior Li was stunned for a moment before she smiled gently. "My name is Li Rong." Saying so, she lightly pointed to the icy woman and the old man and introduced them. "These two are Han Fei and Hua Mo, and of course you already know Guaner. You can address us as senior or by our names directly. After all, we are now a cooperative relationship." Han Fei. Yang Kai took a look at the icy woman and nodded gently. Sure enough, a pretty name. Hua Mo's expression couldn't help becoming a little weird while Han Fei herself stared at Yang Kai coldly. "You're not afraid of me?" If those words were spoken by someone else with your pitiful strength, he'd be dead by now. No one had ever dared speak so flippantly towards her. Yang Kai, however, just shook his head. "I just felt somewhat familiar with you." This time, the jaws of all the demon race people dropped. "Don't misunderstand. It's just that I know another woman whose temperament is very much like yours. Moreover, people like you generally appear cold on the outside, but inside, hee." As Yang Kai spoke, he couldn't help thinking about Su Yan. This bold evaluation seemed to greatly disturb Han Fei, her face flashing an unnatural look, but just as she was about to get angry, Yang Kai quickly changed the subject. "But I digress. Let's talk about business." "What do you want to say?" Li Rong asked. "Since, as you say, we are now in a cooperative relationship, then I'll get straight to the point. To be honest, I know that you're still hiding some things from me, but here I can study alchemy without any worries, so I won't ask you anything regarding what it is you're concealing. Everyone has their own secrets." Li Rong gently nodded, not denying Yang Kai's assertions. As the Lord of Demon God Citadel, she naturally wouldn't explain everything to Yang Kai, an outsider. Concealing some things was only natural. "However, if you want me to advance quickly, you'll have to pay me a bit more. After all, no matter how comfortable you make things for me, I am still your captive. If I don't take some more benefits, I'd feel somewhat uncomfortable." Yang Kai grinned. "You still want to snatch more benefits?" Hua Mo coldly snorted. "Human brat, don't reach out for a yard after taking an inch. Us not limiting your freedom is already showing you a great deal of respect." Hua Mo obviously didn't like how Yang Kai still dared to bargain with them, even though he was essentially their captive. Yang Kai just smiled lightly though and replied, "Then maybe when I become a saint-grade alchemist, when I'm helping you refine the pill you need, I can accidentally make some mistakes." Hearing this thinly veiled threat, the expressions of everyone else in the room became bad, with Han Fei even sending a murderous gaze towards Yang Kai. "You dare!" Hua Mo angrily roared. However, Li Rong reached out and stopped Hua Mo, calmly turning her attention to Yang Kai. "Such matters are things to be considered far from now, and I believe that as long as we meet your requirements, there will be no need for you to do such things." "Yes. Depends on my mood." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and assumed an indifferent posture. "Name your requests then. I just mentioned to Guaner that as long as your requests are not excessive, we will satisfy them unconditionally. And now, in front of you, I will make the same commitment." Li Rong smiled slightly, not showing the slightest bit of anger. Yang Kai glanced over at her and found that this dignified, beautiful woman really had a quiet and gentle temperament. Her benevolence seemed to come straight from her soul. Moreover, she was a natural-born leader, far more mature than Yunxian. Her eyes contained a wise and calm light that made those around her involuntarily feel a sense of comfort and intimacy. When she spoke these words, the slight resistance and hostility in Yang Kai's heart disappeared. Smiling lightly, Yang Kai quickly spoke, "I want conflagrated knowledge Cs." Li Rong, Han Fei and Huamo's look changed slightly, but Li Rong quickly laughed to conceal this gaffe. "Aren't you already in possession of a conflagrated knowledge C? You suddenly asking us for conflagrated knowledge Cs? Are you perhaps trying to be difficult?" Yang Kai remained calm and stared towards Li Rong meaningfully. "Let's not waste each other's time. You know what I mean?" The three seniors suddenly went silent. Seeing their silence, Yang Kai knew that there was a chance, so he quickly struck while the iron was hot. "What use are the conflagrated knowledge Cs you have stored up? Do you want to cultivate your own alchemist with a conflagrated knowledge C? I advise you to give up now. If I didn't guess wrong, you should have already tried this and know what the consequences are. To put it simply, your demon race people's physique is not suitable for alchemy." "You seem to know a great deal." Huarimo was a little surprised. The things Yang Kai had just said were basically true, which meant he knew some of their most hidden secrets, a fact that nearly made him speechless. Thanks to the ancient book that were left here, there were quite a few hidden records included. Hateful humans. Huarimo gnashed his teeth. The ancient books that were left here had been checked by them extremely carefully to ensure that no information detrimental to Demon God Citadel was recorded in them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let Yang Kai so casually read them. But apparently, some information that could only be understood by alchemists was still left behind. Li Rong eventually nodded. "Indeed, we do have a dozen sealed conflagrated knowledge Cs on hand. These conflagrated knowledge Cs are the legacy of the human race cultivators who were sent here by Coffin Slave Senior over our many years of captivity. Through some special methods, we have preserved them in almost perfect condition." Yang Kai's eyes flashed brilliantly when he heard this and unconsciously licked his lips. "I want all of them. If you give them to me, I will certainly fulfill your wishes." "It's not impossible to give them to you." Li Rong frowned slightly. "As you said, we have really had thought about trying to cultivate our own alchemist with a conflagrated knowledge C, but our demon race people's physique, even if it is incredibly strong, for some unknown reason, is really not suited to alchemy. So whenever one of our clansmen tried to refine one of those conflagrated knowledge Cs, their knowledge C would quickly be incinerated and they would die." Yang Kai nodded lightly and knew that his guess was right. Being locked up in this mysterious small world for so many years, Yang Kai would never believe that these demon race people solely relied on capturing Cultivator from the outside world that had conflagrated knowledge C to free themselves from their imprisonment. Obviously, they had attempted to find alternative solutions but hadn't made significant progress. "Your demon race is interesting. Your physical strength is much stronger than any other race. But why can't you study alchemy?" Yang Kai smiled, taking some pleasure in others' misfortune. "It's only natural because our physiques are too strong. If we could also become skilled in alchemy, would there be any space for other races in this world? Of course, that doesn't mean that no one from the demon race can be proficient in alchemy. The most outstanding alchemist in Tongxian Realm's history comes from our demon race. Even the alchemy grandmasters of your human race could only admit defeat before him." Han Fei shot back. "Oh? Was there such a character? Who was he?" Li Rong slowly shook her head, apparently reluctant to say any more, bringing the conversation back to its original topic. "The conflagrated knowledge Cs we have left really don't have much use to us, so if you want them we can give them to you, but can you guarantee that you can safely refine them and not die? If you die, we will be very troubled. After all, it is very difficult to find someone like you. On average, Coffin Slave Senior takes a decade or so to find one. Do you think I'm someone who acts recklessly with his life?" Yang Kai grinned. Li Rong stared at him deeply and after a long time, nodded. "Then I will meet your requirements. I hope you don't reach out for a yard after taking an inch again. Happy doing business with you." Li Rong smiled, turned and walked away, her soft voice gently drifting over as she left. "I will send the conflagrated knowledge Cs to you tomorrow." "Good." Han Fei stared at Yang Kai coldly and warned. "You only have 10 years. If you can't satisfy our request within 10 years, I will let you experience what it means to live a life worse than death. This icy woman seemed to be holding a grudge for Xianxia's comments about her appearing cold on the outside but warm inside. Now being targeted by her, Xianxia felt slightly helpless. The 3 Saint Realm Masters left, and even Guaner quickly disappeared. The next day, Guaner brought a dozen or so containers made of fine white jade, each of them about the size of a fist, all of them wrapped in dense spirit arrays that formed some kind of elaborate seals. Placing these dozen containers in front of Xianxia, Guaner coldly snorted, "These are the things you asked for." Xianxia's eyes flashed as he quickly picked up one of them. But just as he was about to use his true qi to break its seal, Guaner's expression changed dramatically as she called out, "What are you doing? Breaking the seal and absorbing it?" Xianxia smiled brightly. "Are you insane?" Guaner shouted anxiously. The owners of each of these conflagrated knowledge seas were all transcendents. Their knowledge seas were all far stronger than yours. If you rashly try to absorb them, you'll be burned to death just like the members of my clan that tried to refine them. Please tell me you're joking. I'm not joking. Xianxia shook his head casually. Isn't there a safer way? Guaner asked urgently. When you said you wanted these conflagrated knowledge seas yesterday, Senior Li thought that you had a safe way to absorb them. Otherwise she wouldn't have given them to you so easily. If this was your plan all along, then this is what I was planning to do from the start. Now, if you don't want to die, move farther away. Wait. I'll go get Senior Li. Wait for her to arrive. Guaner hurriedly said, rushing out of the stone room, apparently wanting to report the situation to Senior Li so she could make a decision. Before Senior Li arrives, don't act rashly. As soon as she spat out these words, though, Guaner noticed a blistering aura that unconsciously made her feel uneasy. This heat was not something physical. Rather, it felt more like her very soul was burning. This burning heat greatly affected Guaner's soul. The pain was difficult to describe. Her beautiful eyes going wide, Guaner rushed out in a flurry, afraid that her soul really would be turned to ash if she remained. Looking back, she saw that the entire stone room had become a sea of red, and the space seemed to warp from the intense heat. A cluster of visible flames quickly formed. This cloud of flame not only contained the remnants of a powerful cultivator's conflagrated knowledge sea, but also the residual thoughts and consciousness that cultivator left behind when they died. However, this blistering heat that made Guaner so fearful seemed to have no effect on the human race brat. He simply sat in the same place, a look of excitement on his face. Suddenly, a terrifying suction force seemed to emerge from his forehead, and in the blink of an eye, all the power of the conflagrated knowledge sea was swallowed up by him and disappeared. Guaner was dumbstruck as she stared at this incredible scene, almost forgetting to breathe. The stone room was once again calm, but Xianxia was seemingly not satisfied and quickly began unsealing all of the other jade containers. Guaner's face went pale as she shouted out in alarm, "Lunatic!" Guaner hurriedly escaped from this place without looking back. A single unsealed conflagrated knowledge sea had already given her an extremely dangerous feeling. If several of them were to suddenly appear at once, she definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. A blast of heat erupted from the stone room a moment later, and Guaner, who was rapidly fleeing, was struck hard and nearly tumbled to the ground. By the time she had regained her balance, several people from Demon God Citadel, who had been alerted by this disturbance, had arrived. Li Rong also appeared in a flash and asked solemnly, "What happened? Didn't you just send him the conflagrated knowledge seas we had in storage? Why did all of their seals suddenly fail?" "The seals didn't fail. He undid them himself." Guaner desperately wanted to cry but was unable to shed any tears, quickly explaining what had happened. "I tried to stop him, but is he courting death?" Even the normally calm Li Rong couldn't help calling out anxiously before she charged into the stone room. Although she had agreed to give Xianxia these conflagrated knowledge seas, she hadn't expected Xianxia, who always seemed to compose, to suddenly act so recklessly. How could he possibly survive if he was to suddenly undo all of those seals? But after rushing into the stone room, Li Rong couldn't help staring in shock, because she found that the blazing heat she had felt a moment ago had suddenly completely disappeared, and the human kid in front of her not only didn't seem to have suffered any injuries, but was actually sitting there with a look of joy upon his face. Obviously, in that instant, he had absorbed all of the conflagrated knowledge seas she had given him. Li Rong's expression cramped as her brow furrowed, suddenly discovering that she couldn't completely understand this human race boy. More than a dozen transcendent realm masters' conflagrated knowledge seas was something even she didn't dare contact easily. But this human race kid had actually drawn all of them into his own knowledge sea without any hesitation. What exactly gave him the confidence to act so daringly? Li Rong's face kept changing, her brow wrinkling and relaxing, a look of puzzlement the only thing consistent. This human race boy had dared to absorb more than a dozen conflagrated knowledge seas into his knowledge sea and outwardly showed no signs of distress. The only reasonable conclusion was there was some secret hidden in his knowledge sea that could contain the damage these conflagrated knowledge seas should have on him. The mature, dignified beauty couldn't help feeling somewhat curious. Making a decision, with a wave of her hand, she erected a barrier around the stone room and then sat down opposite Xianxia, stretched out her jade-like hand, and delicately placed her finger onto his forehead. In the next moment, a strand of divine sense was sent out from Li Rong's knowledge sea and rushed into Xianxia's. She wanted to see for herself what this boy was hiding. Inside Xianxia's knowledge sea, a blazing hot aura lingered, and even the water down below seemed to be boiling as wisps of burning flame leapt about. As Li Rong quietly glanced around at this knowledge sea, a great storm welled up in her heart. She clearly felt just how tyrannical this boy's knowledge sea was. Even though he was only a human race brat at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage, his spiritual energy was no worse than a peak transcendent. Although Xianxia had previously demonstrated his spiritual energy in front of her, Li Rong now realized that at the time he had still been holding back. The human race really was too deceitful. Somewhere in the sky over the sea, a soul avatar quietly floated, which was quickly identified by Li Rong as Xianxia's avatar. Right now, in front of his soul avatar, were a dozen or so flames which were no doubt the conflagrated knowledge seas he had just absorbed. These conflagrated knowledge seas each radiated a devastating power that warped the space around them, causing Xianxia's entire knowledge sea to look turbulent, as if it was in danger of collapsing at any time. Seeing this, Li Rong couldn't help worrying. Senior Li, don't you think it's a bit inappropriate to spy on someone else's inner secrets? Suddenly, the human race's soul avatar turned its eyes towards where she was hiding. Li Rong was stunned but quickly wore a helpless smile. She had thought that she could sneak into Xianxia's knowledge sea without being noticed because of the vast difference in their strength. But she hadn't expected his spiritual energy to be so strong or for him to be so vigilant of his surroundings. Since she had already been discovered, Li Rong didn't bother hiding anymore, and instead directly showed herself and lightly flew towards Xianxia, waving her hand and saying sincerely, "Sorry, I couldn't suppress my curiosity and wanted to see what method you had to safely devour these conflagrated knowledge seas. After all, this is our Demon God Citadel's investment in you, as the Lord of Demon God Citadel. So, do I not have some right to monitor how they are used? Does Senior Li not trust me?" Xianxia grinned. "Somewhat. We have not yet reached a point where we can truly trust one another, and taking lessons from the past, acting prudently is reasonable." Li Rong smiled back. Xianxia nodded in agreement. "So, can you let me see your means? Rest assured, I will only observe quietly and will not bother you," Li Rong proposed. Obviously she was worried that when Xianxia tried to refine these conflagrated the knowledge seas something might go wrong. If that really happened, if she was nearby, she might be able to help him. Although he was aware of her good intentions, Xianxia still shook his head slowly. "Everyone has their own secrets. I believe Senior Li had no intention of spying on my secrets when you snuck into my knowledge sea, so I didn't immediately drive you out because Senior Li is a woman worthy of trusting. Now that we have reached this point, though, please don't force me to do something that would damage this fragile trust." To assimilate these conflagrated knowledge seas, he had to use the power of the solitary golden eye. The moment when Li Rong snuck into his knowledge sea, Xianxia had quickly concealed the solitary golden eye and 5-colored soul-warming lotus. These things were secrets he didn't want anyone to know about, and as long as Li Rong didn't deliberately pry into his secrets, she shouldn't be able to find them. Hearing Yang Kai give her such a high appraisal caused an unnatural look to appear on Li Rong's face. After all, regardless of her intentions, she had still secretly intruded into his knowledge sea. Yang Kai's praise made her feel awkward. "Do you really insist?" Li Rong bit her red lips and asked, not willing to give up so easily. Yang Kai nodded firmly. Li Rong sighed and finally relented. "Good. Then I won't insist. Please be careful though." Saying so, a potent spiritual energy emerged from her soul avatar and wrapped around the conflagrated knowledge seas. There was no hostile intent behind this move. She just wanted to help Yang Kai as much as possible before leaving. Yang Kai also knew this and naturally made no attempt to stop her. However, something shocking happened the moment she acted. All of a sudden, Li Rong's soul avatar trembled and the solitary golden eye, which had been hidden by Yang Kai, actually took the initiative to show itself. The solitary golden eye then slowly opened, completely ignoring Yang Kai's attempts to control it. Faced with its endless majesty, even the incredibly powerful Li Rong couldn't help trembling violently, as if her soul avatar would collapse in the next instant. When the solitary golden eye appeared, it gave off a pressure that made any who saw it feel like kneeling down and worshipping it. The dozen or so unstable conflagrated knowledge seas, as if they were being stared at by a hungry predatory, all became quiet and clustered together, as if trying to find some sense of security in each other. Li Rong stared blankly, as if the only thing reflected in her eyes was this golden eyeball. Yang Kai's expression also changed drastically as he desperately tried to communicate with the solitary golden eye. However, he received no response at all. A beam of golden light suddenly shot from the solitary golden eye and engulfed all of the conflagrated knowledge seas, purifying all of their remaining impurities in an instant. But the golden light's power didn't decrease at all and continued forward, striking Li Rong's soul avatar in the next moment. Yang Kai stared dumbfounded at this scene. Li Rong's soul avatar was also motionless and very quickly faded and disappeared. When Li Rong's soul avatar disappeared, the solitary golden eye slowly closed. Yang Kai glanced over at it with an ugly expression. After a brief moment, Yang Kai grumbled in discontent and, ignoring the purified, conflagrated knowledge seas in front of him, quickly pulled his consciousness out of his knowledge sea. Hurriedly opening his eyes, Yang Kai saw Li Rong sitting in front of him. At this moment, her eyes were wide open and her entire body was stiff, her jade-white finger still gently poking his forehead. Sweat was dripping down her brow as if she had just awoken from a terrifying nightmare, her beautiful face now completely pale. Sweeping his surroundings with his divine sense and noticing that the stone room was sealed off from the outside world, Yang Kai relaxed slightly. The destructive power of the solitary golden eye was abundantly clear to him, so he knew that Li Rong's soul avatar had likely been instantly wiped out. This woman was the Lord of Demon God Citadel. If she were to die right before his eyes, he wouldn't have any way to explain it. Forget about studying alchemy anymore or searching for Su Yan and little senior sister. Han Fei and Hua Mo would likely chop his corpse into 10,000 pieces and avenge Li Rong. Desperately trying to calm his nerves, Yang Kai carefully swept Li Rong with his divine sense, but to his surprise she seemed to be unharmed. Despite the frightened expression on her face, neither her divine sense nor her body appeared to have suffered any harm. It was just that right now, for some reason, her thoughts seemed to be in chaotic state. What happened? Yang Kai felt confused. Every time the solitary golden eye exerted its power, it would easily purify any foreign divine sense that entered Yang Kai's knowledge sea, leaving behind only the original owner's sentiments and spiritual energy. But this was not the case with Li Rong. Was her cultivation too strong compared to his own? Was there some other unknown reason? Regardless, Li Rong was safe and sound, allowing Yang Kai's mood to improve greatly. Staring at the nearly unconscious beauty in front of him, Yang Kai's aura slowly became dangerous. Just now, Li Rong had definitely seen his solitary golden eye, so the thought of killing her couldn't help coming to Yang Kai's mind. But after a brief moment of hesitation, he slowly shook his head and gave up this idea. Killing Li Rong would bring him more trouble than it was worth. Sitting back again, Yang Kai let out a long sigh. There seemed to be a great deal of noise outside his stone room. The people from Demon God Citadel had probably noticed something was wrong and had begun to gather here. Yang Kai could also hear Guaner's voice from time to time, seemingly trying to call out to him. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her calls. Even after waiting for a while, Li Rong still didn't react. So Yang Kai also ignored her and once again immersed his consciousness into his knowledge sea and began absorbing the purified conflagrated knowledge seas. Yang Kai had asked Li Rong for these conflagrated knowledge seas because he saw some records in the ancient books that cultivators with conflagrated knowledge seas could enhance themselves by devouring the conflagrated knowledge seas of others. Yang Kai had acquired his conflagrated knowledge sea when he had refined the Jade True Spirit. So although its temperature was blisteringly hot, relatively speaking, it wasn't too strong. If he could refine more conflagrated knowledge seas, his own would undoubtedly become more powerful. This would yield great benefits to Yang Kai with regards to his future soul strength as well as his study of alchemy. So when he learned that Li Rong had more than a dozen conflagrated knowledge seas in storage, Yang Kai was inevitably tempted. The process of absorbing these conflagrated knowledge seas was relatively simple and easy, and the effects on his knowledge sea were immediately apparent. The patches of burning flame-like seawater became larger and denser, the power contained within them increasing several-fold. Yang Kai's current conflagrated knowledge sea was now incomparable to the one he originally had. This was a huge harvest and Yang Kai was quite satisfied. When he pulled his consciousness from his knowledge sea once more, Yang Kai realized that Li Rong had already extracted herself from her abnormal state. Now, this mature beauty who always seemed so calm and wise was staring at him with a look of confusion on her pretty face. When their four eyes suddenly met, Li Rong seemed somewhat frightened and hurriedly shifted her gaze. "Are you all right?" Yang Kai asked. Li Rong slowly nodded. "Do you remember what you saw a moment ago?" Yang Kai solemnly asked. Li Rong hesitated for a moment before nodding once more, but she immediately followed up, "You don't have to worry. I won't say anything regarding this matter." "Oh," Yang Kai said with a curious expression. Li Rong so anxiously saying this was almost as if she was eager to show goodwill towards him, which from Yang Kai's perspective was quite odd. So he was somewhat at a loss as to what to say now. "You don't trust me?" Li Rong knit her brow. "I can swear an oath in the name of the great demon god that without your explicit permission, I will not tell the second person about anything I just witnessed." Li Rong's words and expression were completely serious. Although Yang Kai didn't know what it meant to swear an oath in name of the great demon god, he could feel Li Rong's sincerity from her tone and demeanor. Was she scared by the solitary golden eye? What other reason could the Lord of Demon God Citadel have for suddenly changing her attitude towards me by so much? Yang Kai frowned and couldn't understand. However, this guess was also somewhat unbelievable. Li Rong was a Saint Realm Master, so her courage couldn't possibly be so small. Gently nodding, Yang Kai smiled. "Don't be so nervous. I believe you." Li Rong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, seemingly having a great weight lifted from her shoulders. After a brief moment, the dignified air about her returned and she continued, "I am well aware of your means now. Good. From now on, Demon God Citadel will provide you with all the support you need. You can be at ease while you continue to study alchemy here. I will see to everything else." Saying so, Li Rong waved and dismissed the barrier around the stone room before turning around and walking out. Just as she was about to leave, she glanced back and said, "Right. If you feel bored here and need a change of scenery, you can let Guaner take you out. Demon God Citadel will place no limits on your freedom." "And thanks." Yang Kai's eyes flickered. After Li Rong left, Yang Kai shook his head. He was keenly aware that this mature beauty's attitude towards him had undergone a dramatic change, and although she tried to hide it, this change directly manifested itself in her very demeanor. Unable to understand no matter how he thought about it, Yang Kai simply didn't bother trying anymore and decided to focus on his alchemic studies again. Outside the stone room, as Li Rong strolled out, she couldn't help stealthily glancing back a few times, a hint of excitement flashing across her eyes. Guaner soon rushed up and worriedly asked, "Mistress, is everything all right?" "Everything is fine. Li Rong shook his head slightly before seriously saying, "Continue to take care of him." Oh, finished what she had to say. Li Rong's tender body flickered and disappeared. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, outside the deepest room of Demon God Citadel, Li Rong reappeared, quickly opening a heavy stone door before rushing inside. This secret room was protected behind multiple barriers and contained the most valuable treasures in all of Demon God Citadel, and only the Lord of Demon God Citadel was eligible to enter. After Li Rong stepped inside, she walked over to a corner and took out a thick ancient book from one of the shelves. This ancient book had been left unattended for a long time and was covered in a thick layer of dust. However, Li Rong seemed to be in a great hurry and didn't pay any attention to this, quickly brushing off this dust and then flipping the book open. A moment later, Li Rong's beautiful eyes fixed on a certain page inside the ancient book, attentively staring at its content, her breathing gradually becoming rapid as a look of excitement appeared on her face. Only after a long silence did Li Rong put down the ancient book and close her eyes. Taking a deep breath to calm her racing heart, she sunk into a deep state of contemplation. Upon opening her eyes again, Li Rong had regained her composure and a determined light appeared in the depths of her eyes, seemingly having made some kind of important decision. Placing the ancient book back onto the shelf, she swiftly left. The next day, as Xianxia was once again immersed in alchemy, the door to the stone room was suddenly opened and, under the leadership of Guaner, a large group of demon race people came in. Xianxia was startled by this sudden visit and couldn't help feeling a bit confused. In that moment, his true chi became unstable and soon, black smoke appeared from inside the pill furnace in front of him. The herbs he had been refining had been reduced to ashes. Guaner ignored him and instead directed these demon race people about the stone room. Xianxia stared at the scene for a while trying to figure out what was going on, but as time passed his expression only became more confused. He quickly noticed that these people hadn't come here to make trouble. Rather, they seemed to be here to tidy up and decorate his stone room. A large comfortable-looking bed was carried in by them and placed in the corner of the stone room while new tables and chairs were also brought in. Still others put together an elegant incense burner nearby before finally, a group of pretty maidservants placed a number of delicious-looking dishes and fine wines onto the table. Soon, a delicate fragrance quite unlike the burnt smell of ash filled the stone room. After this team of people finished furnishing and decorating, the originally cold and dreary stone room had undergone earth-shaking changes and now had a warm, welcoming feeling to it. Xianxia's brow furrowed and his heart was filled with doubts. When everything was done, Xianxia beckoned to Guaner. "Come over." Guaner shot him a glance that seemed to be filled with unwillingness and narrowed her eyes slightly before asking, "What's the matter? What is all of this?" Xianxia asked directly, motioning towards the various changes in the stone room. "Senior Li ordered us to take good care of you. Even if that's the case, isn't this a bit much? What reason do you have for doing all this?" Xianxia asked warily. Demon God Citadel not limiting his freedom and providing him with alchemy materials was already better treatment than Xianxia had expected. Yet now Li Rong was suddenly treating him like an important guest. Naturally, he was somewhat suspicious. "That's what I want to know," Guaner grumbled, looking Xianxia over. "You mean despicable human? Did you say something sly to Senior Li in order to trick her into treating you so well? Do you think she's someone who could be so easily swindled?" Xianxia sneered. "You don't have the skill," Guaner yelled. "Anyways, don't ask me. Right now I'm just following mistress orders and I'm just as confused as you are. In any case, the things here are yours to do with as you please." Saying so, Guaner waved her hand and led this large group of people out. After they left, Xianxia began to inspect everything that had been delivered. There were no problems with the food or wine. On the contrary, everything seemed to have been carefully prepared. Although Xianxia didn't recognize many of the ingredients used, he could feel the subtle energy fluctuations from these dishes. This food seemed to be able to quickly supplement both his physical and spiritual strength. The large bed was also a high-quality item. Once again, Xianxia didn't know what materials it had been crafted from, but he did notice a number of spirit arrays were engraved on it. If he were to meditate on it, the rate at which he could restore himself would increase dramatically. Last but not least, among some other miscellaneous items Guaner had brought him, there was a number of crystal stones. Were they really regarding him as an important guest? Xianxia wondered as he swept his eyes over the dozens of crystal stones in front of him. Demon God Citadel's people had been sealed in this mysterious small world for centuries, so crystal stones should be a rarity for them. Yet all of a sudden Li Rong had actually given him a few dozen of them. This was clearly a massive loss. What the hell is going on? Thinking about it for a while, Xianxia soon gave up and turned his attention to the food in front of him. After filling his belly, he sat on the bed for a while to restore himself before continuing with his alchemy studies. From then on, every day, Guaner would bring him some carefully prepared food and drink. Xianxia would indulge in these delicacies, meditate for some time, and then return to refining pills. Following such a routine, his proficiency in alchemy rapidly increased. After just 2 months, Xianxia could now easily refine heaven-grade top-rank pills even without relying on the assistance of a spirit array. Li Rong would also appear from time to time to observe Xianxia's growth. Xianxia's stunning rate of improvement greatly satisfied her, a warm smile becoming more and more commonly seen upon her beautiful face while a kind of radiant glow seemed to linger about her. As long as Xianxia maintained this rate of progress, provided with sufficient materials, it would only be a few years before he would be capable of refining saint-grade pills. This kind of growth far exceeded her expectations, so Li Rong was naturally happy. However, Xianxia was keenly aware that this beautiful woman seemed to be somewhat fearful of talking to him face to face now. Every time she came to observe him, she would do so stealthily and always from a distance, normally choosing to consult with Guaner rather than see him in person. During these few months, Xianxia also learned a lot about this mysterious small world while chatting with Guaner. This mysterious small world wasn't small at all. Although the demon race people who are locked up here all technically belong to Demon God Citadel, they were actually divided into 4 branches, each of which had their own leader. Xianxia had already met all 4 of these leaders: Li Rong, Han Fei, Huarimo, and Chu Jian. All 4 of these individuals were powerful Saint Realm masters. Each of their territories was quite vast, so if one of them wanted to meet another, they would need to fly for at least half a day. Among these 4, Chu Jian had ambitions of replacing Li Rong and becoming the true master of Demon God Citadel. On the other hand, Han Fei and Huarimo strongly supported Li Rong, forming a 3-to-1 advantage, so even if Chu Jian possessed great strength, his ambitions were basically impossible to fulfill, because the relationship between the leaders wasn't harmonious. Even the people of the 4 territories don't see eye to eye. The citizens of Chu Jian's territory were more militant but without any real enemies inside this mysterious small world. They had no choice but to suppress their violent impulses and cooperate, often leading to the citizens of the other 3 territories becoming victims of misdirected anger. Although Li Rong and the other 2 leaders had repeatedly tried to control the situation, they could not contain it entirely. The demon race had never been known for their calm or restraint. Early one morning, after the people of Demon God Citadel woke up from a night of cultivation, outside Xianxia's stone room, Guaner led a group of pretty maidservants who were carrying some delicious food. But before she reached the door, a young man suddenly blocked her path. This youth had a sharp nose and his eyes were somewhat narrow and sinister. Letting out a great laugh, he greeted her. "Ms. Gu Guaner. Good morning." Guaner pretty face sank as she snorted back. "What do you want?" "Nothing. I just wanted to say hello to you." The young man laughed. "After not seeing you for a few months, Ms. Guaner has become even more radiant. Have you perhaps made some progress in your cultivation recently?" "None of your damn business." Guaner seemingly had great disdain for this young man, an obvious look of disgust apparent on her face. Now, don't speak such cold words. After all, we'll be family one day." The youth didn't seem to care and continued laughing haughtily. Guaner's face instantly became cold as she shot back in an icy tone. "Who's going to become family with you? Can you at least try to hold back your shamelessness? My father said that once I break through to the transcendent realm, he will ask Senior Li to give you to me, which means you'll definitely be mine sooner or later. So what's wrong with saying we'll be family?" Guaner just sneered. "Senior Li will definitely not agree." so keep your fantasies to yourself. The youth curled his lips smugly and didn't bother arguing with her anymore, instead staring at her and asking curiously, "What are you doing here?" "That's also none of your business. Now get out of my way." Guaner pushed him aside and led the others into the stone room. The young man frowned as he stared at the door to Yang Kai's stone room for a moment before beckoning to someone nearby. Immediately after, a demon race man rushed over and asked politely, "What orders does young master have? During my closed cultivation these past few months, what happened? How come there's suddenly another human here?" The man quickly explained about Yang Kai's arrival, and even told the young man about the enviable treatment the former was currently receiving. Listening to this, the youth's eyes narrowed and flashed a wicked light. "You mean, Senior Li gave him several dozen pieces of crystal stone?" Just as Yang Kai had speculated. Because the people of Demon God Citadel had been sealed inside a mysterious small world for so many years, crystal stones were already a rarity for them. Although world energy here was not thin, only with the assistance of crystal stones during cultivation could the strength of the demon race people here rapidly improve. Over the countless years, Demon God Citadel had fewer and fewer crystal stones, and now there were barely any left. The several dozen crystal stones Li Rong made Guaner give Yang Kai were the ones she had carefully preserved all these years. So when he heard that Yang Kai had obtained so many crystal stones, Pan Lang was inevitably tempted. A trivial human race cultivator. What right does he have to possess so many crystal stones? What does young master want to do? The demon race man suddenly realized that the situation was taking a turn for the worse. "Young Master Pan Lang, you mustn't have any improper ideas. Senior Li is very attentive towards this human race cultivator, and has explicitly ordered that no one is to act against him." "Who said that I wanted to bully him?" Pan Lang coldly snorted. "Who here saw me bullying him?" The demon race cultivator nervously scratched his head and thought about it, seemingly still quite hesitant. Pan Lang once again glanced coldly towards the stone room as a wicked grin crept onto his face. Inside the stone room, Yang Kai waited for Guaner to direct the maids to put down the food before he unhesitantly sat down and began eating. Guaner spat disdainfully as she stared at him with a look of indignation. She simply couldn't understand why, since 2 months ago, Senior Li had seemingly become so attentive towards this human race cultivator. The treatment he now received was enough to make others mad with jealousy. However, whenever she asked Senior Li, the latter would only shake her head and smile. "You should just choke and die." Guaner licked her red lips and spat enviously. Yang Kai in response just waved to her. "You should come eat together with me, there's so much here I can't finish it all." "Who would eat with you?" Guaner mumbled bitterly before turning around and resolutely walking towards the door. However, although she tried to hide it, Yang Kai still heard the sound of her swallowing and couldn't help but laugh. Judging from Guaner's attitude towards him these days, he could tell that the food she had sent him were all good things. Yang Kai also clearly felt that after eating these dishes his physique had undergone some subtle changes and was slowly growing stronger. Soon, Yang Kai had wolfed down everything that was sent to him, and the maids who had accompanied Guaner cleaned everything up and left. Yang Kai stretched lazily and rested for a while before, full of energy, plunging back into the world of alchemy. After an unknown amount of time had passed, while Yang Kai was still immersed in alchemy, his expression suddenly changed and his ears perked up. He heard some light footsteps outside as well as the sound of a few people breathing as they quietly approached his room. Yang Kai's expression suddenly turned pensive. It had been a few months since he came here, and although many of the demon race's cultivators seemed to look down on him, no one had ever dared to make any trouble. So why was someone suddenly trying to stir something up now? And there were a lot of them at that, 7 in total, all of them Immortal Ascension boundary cultivators, while the one who seemed to be their leader was actually a peak Immortal Ascension master. Perceiving all this, Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged and didn't show any signs of panic, continuing to steadily inject his true chi into the pill furnace in front of him to refine the spirit's herbs inside. With a bang, the stone door was suddenly kicked open and 7 people immediately burst in. After they came in, they quickly closed the stone door. Yang Kai looked up and glanced over at a young man with a sharp nose who stood at the front of the group and was snickering towards him. His expression was scornful and contemptuous, and like most demon god Citadel people, was clearly despising him. Xianxia of course didn't pay any attention to his attitude and just shook his head lightly. Hey, Pan Lang. This human kid is quite interesting. He doesn't seem to be afraid of us at all. One of the demon race cultivators snorted, somewhat surprised. Heh, he thinks that Senior Li will protect him. So naturally there's no need to be afraid of us? Pan Lang sneered and said, while striding towards Xianxia. When he arrived in front of Xianxia, Pan Lang leaned over slightly and sneered right at his face. Xianxia, however, remained unmoved, still concentrating on injecting his true qi into the pill furnace in front of him. This blatant disregard made Pan Lang somewhat annoyed, so he extended his hand and slapped it onto the pill furnace, wantonly pouring his true qi into it, instantly turning the herbs inside into coke. Human, you've got some nerve, I'll give you that. Pan Lang's mouth curled into a provocative grin. If you have something to say it, but don't go wasting my herbs. Xianxia sighed lightly before turning an indifferent look towards him. The herbs here belong to my demon god Citadel. They're not yours. Pan Lang shot back. Xianxia's brow furrowed, a hint of annoyance flashing across his eyes. This demon youth had obviously come here to deliberately make trouble, so Xianxia didn't have any patience to deal with him. Muttering in a low voice, "What the hell do you want?" "Nothing. I just heard that you're an alchemist, right?" Pan Lang stood up and looked around. After seeing a couple of jade bottles nearby, he couldn't help but smiling. "Are these the pills you refined?" All of the pills Xianxia had refined had been placed into these jade bottles. He didn't take any for himself. After all, the materials were all provided by Demon God Citadel, so he could improve his alchemy technique, which was enough compensation for him already. Xianxia didn't mind handing over all of these pills to Li Rong if she needed them. Moreover, all of these were Earth-grade or Heaven-grade pills, so they weren't particularly valuable. But unexpectedly, Pan Lang seemed quite interested in them. One of the demon race people behind him rushed over, opened one of the jade bottles and sniffed it, a look of joy soon appearing on his face. "Not bad. These heaven-grade pills are still of some use to us." Pan Lang nodded arrogantly and waved his hand. "Take them all." His followers were all overjoyed when they heard this, and they quickly began collecting the jade bottles. "These things are for Senior Li. If you take them now, how am I supposed to explain?" Xianxia frowned. "Why should I care how you explain? Whether you say you took them yourself or failed to refine anything useful and threw them away, just make up an excuse." Pan Lang sneered. "Oh, not only do I want these pills, but I'll also be taking half of everything you refine. You better comply or else." "Heh." A strong, threatening tone was apparent in his tone. "If this kind of thing came to Senior Li's attention, wouldn't you be in a lot of trouble?" Xianxia smiled lightly. "If you dare speak a word about this, I'll teach you the meaning of dying without a burial." Pan Lang coldly snorted. Seeing Xianxia remain silent, he thought he was afraid of him and shook his head disdainfully. "Human, I also heard that Senior Li gave you a lot of crystal stones. Hand them over now if you don't want to suffer." Saying so, he stretched out his hand towards Xianxia as if it was only natural. Xianxia gently nodded, slowly stood up and said, "I understand. You're really just here to cause trouble." "What about it?" Pan Lang sneered. "As a lowly human, what qualifications do you have to enjoy this treatment? I am Pan Lang, the future pillar of Demon God Citadel. Only I should be able to enjoy such luxuries. With just your pitiful strength?" Xianxia shook his head before cracking his neck. "All right, I haven't gotten much exercise these past few months, and it's rare for someone to outright offer themselves up. I can't very well disappoint your good intentions, now can I?" Pan Lang stared at Xianxia with a stunned look and took a while to react. "Do you want to fight with us?" Xianxia nodded. All of the demon race people seemed to have heard a hilarious joke and burst into laughter. Pan Lang even doubled over and pointed at Xianxia's while calling out to his followers. "Did you guys hear that? He actually wants to fight with us. A lowly human actually wants to fight against our noble ancient demon clan. I really don't know how someone so stupid managed to live until now. Let me teach him lessons." Behind Pan Lang, a burly demon race cultivator walked out and grinned fiercely. "Those from the human race have always been crazy and unable to recognize their own situation. And good. Make sure it's a lesson he never forgets. Pan Lang sneered, his voice ice cold. Although Senior Li's attitude towards Yang Kai was quite generous, he was still nothing but a lowly human. Many of the human race alchemists who had been here before had been taught harsh lessons by them, and Senior Li had never spoken a word about it. As long as they weren't killed, it would be like nothing ever happened. So, this time, these 7 demon race cultivators were fearless, thinking that Yang Kai was the same as all the previous human race alchemists. The burly demon race cultivator pointed to Yang Kai before beckoning him with his finger and sneering, "I'll let you make the first move. Then you won't be able to make one at all." Yang Kai sneered. As soon as his words fell, the stone room shook violently, and before anyone could see what happened, the burly demon race cultivator was sent flying, quickly slamming into the stone wall several dozen meters away, creating a crater in it from which a number of large cracks extended as cracks appeared. The force of the rebound caused when this demon race cultivator hit the wall caused him to bounce off hard and hit the ground, rolling several times before finally coming to a stop. The eyes of Pan Lang and the other demon race people shrank, their smiles all going stiff. Turning back, they all began staring at Yang Kai with slightly solemn expressions. The blow just how was not only fast but also powerful, almost on par with what their demon race cultivators could do. "Seems you have a bit of skill," Pan Lang muttered, somewhat shocked, looking over Yang Kai, not the slightest bit worried about his fallen companion. "No wonder you dare act so crazy." "And good." The others also nodded. Yang Kai frowned as he stared towards the demon race cultivator who he had just sent flying. He was quite clear about how much strength he had just used and had thought that this demon race cultivator would be instantly knocked unconscious. But Yang Kai found that this was not the case. The demon race cultivator that he had just beaten coughed a few times before staggering to his feet, and although it was obvious he was in some pain, his predominant emotion right now seemed to be anger. "How are you feeling?" Pan Lang asked. The demon race cultivator traced the area he was struck a few times and quickly said, "A few broken ribs, but nothing serious." "If it's nothing serious, then continue. Give him a bloody lesson. Don't let him look down on us." Pan Lang snorted. "That was my plan," the demon race cultivator replied as his burly figure suddenly shot forward with incredible speed, instantly closing the distance between him and Yang Kai. As his opponent approached, Yang Kai clearly saw that a number of dark lines suddenly appeared on his face, making him appear even more fierce and violent. These lines were quite strange and appeared like snakes, climbing up his face. With the appearance of these black tattoos, the momentum of this demon race cultivator changed dramatically and his strength suddenly shot up. Seeing this demon race cultivator undergo such dramatic changes, although Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, in his heart he was actually quite surprised. He had already noticed that many of these demon race people had such tattoos before, but not all of them did. For example, he had never seen them on Li Rong and Guaner's skin. So what exactly were they? But now it seemed like they weren't simply a form of decoration, but were rather some kind of special martial skill these demon race cultivators practiced, and it was even possible for them to freely manipulate them. More importantly though, once these tattoos appeared, the strength of the demon race cultivator would increase to a whole new level. As Yang Kai's opponent's momentum shot up, Pan Lang and the rest of his followers let out a quiet sigh of relief, sneers appearing on their faces as they prepared to watch Yang Kai eat a big loss, taking pleasure in his misfortune. Yang Kai took a deep breath, but to everyone else's surprise, did not evade and instead went for a head-on collision. Yang Kai did this deliberately to check just how much this demon race cultivator's strength had increased. Honk! With a loud bang, a pressure wave visible to the naked eye burst from the two fighters' point of collision. Yang Kai was thrown back and up into the air. However, it only took him a few rolls in the air to stop the momentum and stabilizing himself in the air. The demon race cultivator was also forced to retreat, and although he desperately tried to hold his ground, he did not succeed, backing up more than a dozen steps before falling flat on his back, breathing heavily. Pan Lang and his lackey's eyes all went wide, some of them even turning astonished looks towards Yang Kai. Although humans rarely appeared in this mysterious small world, they knew that human race cultivators' physiques were far inferior to those of their ancient demon clan. In fact, even amongst all members of the demon race, None were comparable to the ancient demon clan in terms of raw strength. But now, in a frontal confrontation, their companion was actually not able to suppress this human race kid. Pan Lang suddenly felt very annoyed and angered. "What are you doing? Can you not even beat a lowly human?" The demon race cultivator who had been knocked down climbed up again, shaking his head, not caring about his own injuries and broken bones, muttering aloud, "This little brat's body is very strong. Are you saying his physique is better than our ancient demon clans?" Pan Lang scoffed. "I'll give you one last chance to prove yourself. If you fail again, then you're not qualified to associate with me. From then on your status will be reduced to that of an ordinary clansman. Rest assured, I will deal with him this time." The demon race cultivator's eyes became focused, the tattoos on his face one again undergoing some unusual changes, seemingly melting and rearranging until they covered his entire face, almost like he was wearing a mask. His expression cold and unfeeling, but his red eyes exuding a thick, murderous intent. His first two failures had already caused him to become enraged. Yang Kai stood midair, staring back at his opponent with cold eyes, while secretly becoming more and more surprised. It wasn't until now that Yang Kai really realized just how outstanding the physical strength of the demon race who lived in this mysterious small world really was. His opponent was only an immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage cultivator, the same as him, but his ability to continuously raise his strength and momentum was simply astonishing. From someone with this level of cultivation, if it were a human cultivator, Yang Kai could have made him not get up after the first hit, but now after two head-on confrontations his opponent was still as mighty as a dragon and fierce as a tiger. The physiques of the ancient demon clan seemed to contain terrifying potential. From the attitude and rhetoric of Pan Lang and his followers, Yang Kai also realized that these ancient demon clan cultivators all had bloodthirsty and violent tendencies. Their companion's ribs had been broken, yet they not only didn't show any concern, they instead repeatedly stimulated him, forcing him back onto the field of battle. The demon race is vastly different from the human race, Yang Kai secretly thought to himself. Once more, Yang Kai's opponent launched an attack, the ground beneath his feet cracking under the force of his forward leap, his burly body disappearing for an instant before reappearing right in front of him. The speed approached the limit of what could be perceived with the naked eye. Pan Lang nodded slightly. Demon Crest's second transformation. This human brat is definitely going to suffer. Just as he spoke these words, a loud bang rang out. At that moment, the swift demon race cultivator's foot had made contact with Yang Kai's shoulder, the former's expression gloomy. His eyes filled with hatred and unwillingness as he exerted all of his strength into his kick. The floor around him for several tens of meters instantly transformed into dust. But Yang Kai remained unmoved, staring back at the attacking demon race cultivator indifferently. Under the latter's astonished gaze, his ankle was grabbed and he suddenly found himself whirling around before being viciously tossed out. The demon race cultivator let out a great shout as his demonic chi spurted from his body in an attempt to stop his uncontrolled flight. But before he could stabilize himself, he felt a stream of heavy impacts on his chest. Somehow managing to turn his head, he saw that the human race brat he had been fighting had chased after him and was now pummeling him with a series of punches. The fists came at him from every angle, creating multiple afterimages, making it impossible for him to predict where he would be hit next. Worse though was that each punch that landed on his body would carry with it a stream of extremely pure and hot true chi which was greatly suppressing his demonic chi. Hong hong hong. As the sound of explosions rang out, Yang Kai continued his unrelenting assault, all while wearing the same indifferent expression on his face, though inside he was secretly quite impressed with this demon race cultivator. His assault would be difficult for a human race's transcendent to stand, but this demon race cultivator was actually capable of bearing it. Even after the pair landed again, the demon race cultivator managed to retain his consciousness and was glaring back at Yang Kai incredulously, still tightly gripping Yang Kai's clothes, a look that screamed he would sooner die than submit on his face. Seeing this, Yang Kai sent another heavy punch to his enemy's face. This punch seemed to be the final straw as after a few teeth flew out, the demon race cultivator's momentum finally dissipated as he fell over limp, the demon crests on his face quickly receding. Yang Kai slowly stood up and gloomily glanced over at Pan Lang and the others who were standing not far away. Even though their companion had been beaten into such a state, none of them showed any signs of trying to rescue him, as if they were all just there to enjoy the show. However, whether it was Pan Lang or the other demon race people, there was a clear look of surprise on their face. None of them had ever expected this human race cultivator's combat strength to be so strong and for his fighting style to be so brutal and blood, quite in line with their own. Interesting, it seems we've all looked down on you. Pan Lang gently clapped his hands. But you've only managed to win against the weakest of us. You won't be so lucky in your next match. Saying so, Pan Lang gestured to another demon race cultivator behind him who immediately stepped forward. No need to make things so troublesome. All of you come together. Yang Kai cracked his knuckles and said. He had immersed himself in alchemy for a few months now and had not had a good fight for quite some time. Now that a fight had found him, he was practically itching to make trouble. In truth, he enjoyed fighting, especially against powerful opponents. This feeling made Yang Kai feel like he was alive. Pan Lang laughed in response. We won't bully you like that. If this was a life or death battle, then it would be different. But all of this is just a little lesson. There's no need for all of us to deal with a lowly human like you. Is that so? Yang Kai took a deep breath and no longer retained his strength, his own aura bursting out as his figure flickered and rushed towards the group of demon race cultivators. A burning hot true chi burst from his pores and under his precise and subtle control, struck all 6 of his opponents simultaneously. Pan Lang instantly became enraged. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Now completely angered, demon crests appeared on the necks of all 6 demon race cultivators and quickly spread across their faces. Despite their disdainful talk, Pan Lang and his followers knew by now that Yang Kai was not an easy opponent to deal with. Any bit of carelessness on their part would lead to their defeat, so all of them didn't hold back. What frustrated Pan Lang the most, though, was that the true chi of this human race cultivator seemed to be able to restrain their demonic chi, allowing him to deal twice as much damage with half the effort whenever they clashed. A great melee quickly unfolded, and even though Yang Kai was surrounded and outnumbered, he showed no fear and was instead even more excited and aggressive. Yang Kai had been suppressing his desire to battle for so long that if he didn't find an opportunity to vent all the boredom and stress he had built up over the past few months, he was afraid he would suddenly one day lose control and pick an unnecessary fight. As such, the provocation of Pan Lang and his lackeys was just what he needed right now. All kinds of martial skills flew back and forth inside the stone room as Yang Kai thoroughly experienced just how strong the ancient demon clan was. As time passed, the rumblings of battle slowly died down. When Guaner pushed open the stone room's door, her pair of beautiful eyes shrank as she glanced around at the wreckage in front of her, temporarily losing her ability to speak. Over the past few months, Yang Kai had always behaved calmly and temperately, never showing the slightest signs of trying to escape or cause trouble. So Guaner had naturally not needed to monitor him all the time. She hadn't expected at all that, while she was away dealing with other matters, something big like this would happen. 7 members of her clan all lay sprawled out on the ground, each one of them in a tragic state. The stone room a complete mess as signs of battle and patches of blood could be seen everywhere. What happened? Guaner cried out and rushed in to investigate the situation of her people. When she examined them, she found that each of them was heavily wounded, the most seriously injured having had more than half of his bones broken. Such injuries, even for the extremely resilient ancient demon clan, would take at least half a year to heal. Even the least heavily injured person here had more than a dozen broken bones and innumerable scars and cuts that were even now slowly dripping blood. Pan Lang, inspecting the last person, Guaner couldn't help covering her mouth in shock. Looking up, Guaner suddenly found out that Yang Kai was quietly sitting on his bed in a meditative posture, some traces of battle apparent on his body. Although Guaner felt Pan Lang was annoying and disgusting, these people were still members of her clan, and Yang Kai was clearly the one who had injured them. As such, she naturally wanted to question him about this scene. But before she could open her mouth to ask, Senior Li's voice suddenly reached her ear. Don't disturb him. He seems to be in the middle of a breakthrough. Find some people and quietly carry Pan Lang away. Mistress, what about? I understand what took place here. Pan Lang and his friends were the ones who provoked him. This isn't his fault. I understand. Guaner nodded lightly before turning an interested look towards Yang Kai, a touch of surprise flashing across her eyes. From Senior Li's tone just now, it seemed like he was the one who had injured Pan Lang and the others here. Was this human race brat really so strong? Inside the main hall of Demon God Citadel, the noble and graceful Li Rong sat upon her throne and stared down at a number of high-level figures of the ancient demon clan. This group was composed of many of the strongest and most powerful people below the 4 demon commanders. An old man with a third-order transcendent cultivation had a face filled with anger as he loudly shouted, "Senior Li, that human race brat dared to attack members of our demon god citadel and heavily wounded all 7 of them. He must pay an appropriate price for this." Agreed. Another second-order transcendent old man stepped forward and indignantly added, "A trivial human dares act so arrogantly, even after receiving so much of Senior Li's kindness and obtaining many benefits from our clan. He still isn't satisfied and even viciously attacks members of our clan. We must teach him a harsh lesson so he knows his place." The rest of the crowd all nodded and spoke out in agreement. The ancient demon clan was a proud race and was also quite short-tempered. The 7 children of their families had been seriously injured by Yang Kai, the most badly wounded of them having nearly died on the spot and would require more than half a year to fully recover. Such an incident was incredibly shameful to them, and naturally they wanted to seek compensation from Yang Kai. However, everyone knew just how attentive Senior Li was to this human race brat, so before they acted against him, they naturally had to seek her opinion. After all, she was the Lord of Demon God Citadel. Do all of you have such thoughts? Li Rong swept her eyes over the crowd and asked softly. Yes. The third-order transcendent old man at the head of the group nodded repeatedly. Why? Li Rong sat up, her crystal-clear eyes flashing a hint of coldness as she stared towards him. Because the one who was injured was Pan Lang, your son? The old man was slightly taken aback by Senior Li's tone but still nodded calmly. That is one of the reasons, but more importantly, this is necessary to preserve the honor of our clan. Senior Li. Another person interjected. The impact of this incident is bad. Many of our clansmen have already gathered outside that human race brat's stone room, hoping to teach him a lesson. We know that he has excellent aptitude in alchemy and provides a glimmer of hope for our clan. But many amongst our citizens don't know that. If we don't give him an appropriate punishment to preserve Pan Lang and the others' faces, our clansmen won't be satisfied. Li Rong smiled lightly in response. My ancient demon clan believes in strength above all else. If one of us loses in a contest and needs his elders to take revenge, wouldn't that really be a loss of face? If Pan Lang has the skill, he can take it back himself. Though that should be the case, the people are quite agitated right now and many of them are displeased with that human brat. The old man, who was Pan Lang's father, suddenly said solemnly, The mood of our clansmen needs to be considered. Li Rong took a deep breath and hesitated for a moment before asking, What do you propose we do to punish him? That's simple, Pan Bo said coldly. Since he broke the bones of so many of our clansmen, we should crush his bones as well, blood, and a tooth for a tooth. Do you want his life? Li Rong's expression became cold. Pan Bo simply smiled. Senior Li can rest assured that I will not let him die so easily. After all, he still has great use for our clan. In any case, as long as his ability to perform alchemy is not affected, it shouldn't matter. Li Rong slowly shook her head. Pan Bo was startled and shouted, Senior Li, our clan has been imprisoned here for countless years. You understand what kind of state we're in. We have been shackled for far too long, and now that some friction has appeared, it has ignited everyone's desire to fight. If this is not handled properly, it is very likely to have adverse consequences. For example, if someone is dissatisfied, they might choose to serve Chu Jian instead, Pan Bo said as his eyes narrowed slightly. Li Rong maintained her gentle smile, but her aura suddenly underwent a massive change, her former tranquility transforming into a majestic pressure. All of the transcendent realm masters in the hall felt their hearts clench as they hurriedly lowered their eyes. Only at that moment did they suddenly remember that Senior Li was able to become the Lord of Demon God Citadel not just because of her wisdom and benevolence. Hidden deep beneath her kindness, Senior Li also had great strength and dignity. Li Rong exposed her immense aura for just a moment before quickly taking it back, silently staring at the people before her for a moment before seemingly coming to some kind of decision and speaking, "I will handle this incident personally, while all of you will be responsible for retraining your retainers. Additionally, from today onwards, if anyone dares to find the trouble that human race boy, I will personally send him to meet Sir Demon God." Pan Bo and others' expression all changed drastically as they stared towards Li Rong in shock. "Senior? Were my words not clear?" Li Rong coldly snapped. "We will obey Senior Li's orders." Pan Bo quickly lowered his head. "Good. You may go." Li Rong waved and added, "Duanya, you stay." A demon race master who had been silent the whole time nodded and remained where he was standing while everyone else left the hall. After they left, Li Rong smiled helplessly and muttered to herself, "That human brat." "Senior, what instructions do you have?" Duanya asked. "From today on, you are to stand guard outside that stone room. If you discover anyone trying to act against him, kill them without mercy," Li Rong firmly declared. Duanya's eyes flashed a hint of a surprise, seemingly not having expected Senior Li to actually value that human race kid so much, hesitating for a moment before asking, "What if Pan Bo and they won't lower themselves to deal with a junior personally, but on the off chance they do, I'll handle them myself." Duanya nodded slightly and respectfully withdrew. Outside the hall, Pan Bo's expression was bitter. He, like Duanya, couldn't understand why Senior Li valued Yang Kai so much. Even if he had excellent aptitude in alchemy, it didn't make sense for her to shelter him so strongly. His son, Pan Lang, was a leader of the younger generation of Demon God Citadel and, in the future, was very likely to become one of its strongest pillars. This time, he was beaten so badly that seeking justice was only natural. So Li Rong's decision had greatly disappointed Pan Bo. "What's going on? Senior Li seems to care a great deal about that boy." One of them whispered what everyone was thinking. "It couldn't be that Senior Li." Towards him, "Stop! Just how noble is Senior Li? How could she possible?" Towards a lowly human. "This matter isn't that simple. Senior Li wouldn't act like this for no reason. There must be more to this situation that we are unaware of. But in any case, Senior Li's handling of this matter is truly unfair." Pan Bo's expression remained sullen as he sneered. "If Senior Li continues to act so, she will lose the support of the clan sooner or later." Everyone glanced around at each other, and although they were unwilling to accept this result, they didn't immediately say anything. Inside the stone room, an invisible aura spread out around Yang Kai as he slowly opened his eyes. His true chi and blood force both pulsed excitedly. Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage. While he was immersed in alchemy these past few months, Yang Kai didn't even notice that his cultivation had reached the critical point before breaking through. Over the past half a year or so, his solitary golden eye had absorbed the sentiments and insights left over from a great many masters. It could be said that before Yang Kai broke through to the Saint Realm, he should have no bottlenecks. As long as his accumulation of strength could keep up, he should be able to smoothly break through again and again. However, without the last battle, Yang Kai guessed he would have needed another month or so before breaking through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage. But a fierce and bloody battle had allowed him to break through a month in advance. Fighting was really the best way to enhance one's strength. Investigating his surroundings with his divine sense, Yang Kai noticed that a great deal of ancient demon clan people had gathered outside his tone room, each of the auras carrying a thick sense of danger as they eyed his house. Inside the room, not far away from him, Guaner was staring at him curiously, seemingly re-examining him, her beautiful lashes fluttering slightly as a light interest flickered across her eyes. "You!" After seeing Yang Kai successfully break through, Guaner ran over and smiled at Yang Kai, asking in a somewhat excited tone, "How did you beat Pan Lang and his lackeys into that state?" Yang Kai laughed but didn't answer. "Was it really just you against all of them?" Guaner showed a look of shock. "Who else could there have been?" Yang Kai replied dismissively. Are you really so fierce? What? Did you think I was weak? I didn't think you were weak. I just didn't expect you to be so strong. How could how could your body be so much stronger than our clan's? Saying so, her small hand reached out, seemingly wanting to feel Yang Kai's muscles only to suddenly realize how embarrassing that act would be and quickly taking her hand back. You seem to be taking great pleasure in their misfortune, aren't you? Yang Kai looked at her with great interest. Is there some kind of grievance between you and that Pan Lang? It's not that we have grievances. I just think he's too annoying, always trying to get close to me. Now that you've beaten him so badly, I can finally relax for a while. So for that, I thank you very much. But, as an outsider, you've created some trouble for yourself now. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled and thoughtfully glanced outside the stone room. You mean them? N. Guaner gently nodded. Everyone gathered outside right now wants to drag you out and teach you a good lesson. No matter how strong you are, I don't think you can confront so many of my clansmen at once. I'd have to try before I knew. Humph, you're certainly crazy enough, you humans. All of you can't help bragging so arrogantly. Guaner sneered disdainfully but still reminded him carefully. You should prepare yourself. Right now Senior Li is meeting with the other elders of the Citadel to discuss how to deal with this matter. If Senior Li doesn't side with you, you'll definitely be in for some pain. Staring at Yang Kai with a cunning look, Guaner continued. Because you helped me get rid of Pan Lang for a while, even if you end up injured, I'll still take care of you. Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Yang Kai grinned. Because Senior Li seems to be on my side. Isn't that so, Senior Li? As he said so, he turned his head to look at a certain spot. There. The air twisted and a moment later, Li Rong arrived. Having heard his words, her pretty face couldn't help showing a trace of surprise before she shook her head wryly and walked over. You're really quite laid back, aren't you? Li Rong sighed. Yang Kai just shrugged his shoulders. Don't blame my clansmen for being so excited. They've been repressing themselves for too long. There's only one person here who isn't a member of our clan, and now you've badly beaten Pan Lang and his followers. Obviously, those outside aren't willing to let things slide so easily, Li Rong explained softly. Seeing Li Rong appear, Guaner hurried saluted her. However, the beautiful woman gently waved her hand, indicating that she didn't mind, before turning to look at Yang Kai somewhat helplessly. Yang Kai smiled and said, If there's resentment, there's vengeance. If there's a grudge, seeking revenge is natural. Your clansmen being worked up over this matter is only natural. You're not afraid at all? Li Rong was amazed, not seeing the slightest fear on Yang Kai's face. There's no reason for me to be afraid, Yang Kai replied indifferently. If Senior Li wasn't prepared to intervene in this matter, you wouldn't have appeared in front of me. Since you're present now, it means that you will handle it. Naturally, I don't need to be afraid because Senior Li seems to be quite good to me. Li Rong's look suddenly became a bit unnatural, and Guaner couldn't help covering her mouth as she stared at Yang Kai in shock. No one had ever dared speak such frivolous words in front of Senior Li, much less a little human brat. But not only did Senior Li not become angry, she instead wore an acquiescent expression. Might I ask why this is? What exactly is it that causes Senior Li to favor me so much? Yang Kai cocked his head to the side and stared at the mature beauty in front of him curiously. Li Rong lightly coughed. Anyone who is sent here by Coffin Slave Senior, I will not treat him badly, because perhaps one day, this person will help set my clan free. These words were obviously only a half-truth. Even Guaner understood that, so how could Yang Kai not? However, since Li Rong didn't want to explain, Yang Kai didn't push the matter any further. Think about it. Li Rong's attitude had only changed till she had seen the solitary golden eye in his knowledge sea. Before then, although she hadn't treated him poorly, it was only to the extent of a business partner, but now things were clearly different. Regarding every aspect of his daily life and his cultivation, Yang Kai could tell that Li Rong was sincerely trying to support him. Yang Kai wasn't arrogant enough to think that such a dignified and graceful lady would be interested in him. After all, she was a powerful saint who had innumerable years of experience. By now, love and attraction were probably nothing but transient clouds in her eyes, so there must be some other reason. but the only thing Yang Kai could think of was that it had something to do with the solitary golden eye. Yang Kai just couldn't understand why seeing the solitary golden eye had had such a profound impact on her. In any case, your analysis is correct. Since I've decided to appear here, I will handle this matter. You don't have to worry about it. I have already told the elders restrain the people so they won't find trouble with you in the future. Just remember not to stir up problems for no reason in the future. Just because I am protecting you this time doesn't mean I will allow you to act impudently without consequence. I never take the initiative to find trouble with others. Yang Kai chuckled, probably trying to cover up her previous gaffe. This mature beauty was intentionally using a cold tone to warn him. That's for the best. Li Rong nodded lightly, no longer said anything, turned around, and walked out of the stone room. A moment later, Yang Kai heard Li Rong reprimand the assembled ancient demon clan outside, and soon the crowd dispersed. Guana rushed up to Yang Kai and spat out her tongue, saying with genuine admiration, "You really have some skill, but your arrogance isn't proportional to your strength. You break through to the transcendent realm as quickly as possible, and it won't be too late for you to act wildly then." Hee. With a big smile, Guaner also turned around and left. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Right now he was the one beneath the eaves, so he could only helplessly accept this situation. He knew that in this damned place, besides a select few, all of the members of the ancient demon clan regarded him as an outsider. If there wasn't someone powerful sheltering him, he would die a miserable death sooner or later. This time, Pan Lang came to trouble him and he was able to cope with it on his own. But if the next time it was a transcendent realm master? Or what if a saint took aim at him? Having considered all of this, Yang Kai had spoken without reservation towards Li Rong's in order to determine her attitude towards him. He wanted to make clear once and for all to what extent she would protect him. Fortunately, his guess had been correct. Despite her efforts to hide it, Yang Kai could tell that Li Rong fully intended to shelter him, regardless whether she had some ulterior motive for doing so. For now, Yang Kai had to use her identity and status to ensure his safety. After pondering over everything for a moment, Yang Kai scratched his head and remembered he had forgotten to ask Li Rong about the so-called demon crests. This had been on Yang Kai's mind for several months now. This issue had been of particular concern to him ever since he first saw these crests on one of the ancient demon clan. But because he wasn't familiar with anyone at the time, he decided to not ask unnecessary questions to avoid stirring up trouble. But now that he was certain Li Rong was acting favorable towards him, he had a chance to explore this issue. Yang Kai was very interested in the demon crests of the ancient demon clan because when he used his devil transformation, he would experience a similar change, just far more exaggerated than the one Pan Lang had undergone. Not getting anywhere on his own, Yang Kai simply decided to wait until Guaner came back to find an opportunity to ask her. Having made up his mind, Yang Kai set this issue aside for now and turned his attention back to improving his alchemy skills. After Li Rong left the stone room and dispersed the crowd of people here to seek trouble with Yang Kai, a slightly vacant look appeared on her pretty face. On that day, when she saw the solitary golden eye and the golden light had swept over her, she felt a kind of resonance from her ancient demon clan bloodline. After returning to Demon God Citadel, she had gone straight to the treasure chamber and checked the ancient books, quickly discovering a record that was very similar to her own experience. It was for this reason that Li Rong's attitude towards Yang Kai had changed so dramatically. But over the past few months, through her secret observations, she found that things were not quite as she had thought. Although this human boy was mysterious and powerful in his own right, it was far from the extent she had anticipated. Was it really that? Li Rong couldn't make up her mind. At this time, one of her clansmen came up and reported to her that Hua Mo and Han Fei had arrived and brought with them a large number of herbs. Li Rong's expression became happy once more as she walked in the direction of the main hall. Because of Yang Kai's rapid progress in alchemy consumed countless herbs, what was stored in Demon God Citadel was not quite enough. Fortunately, the other territories had accumulated a large number of herbs over the years. So over the past few months Hua Mo and Han Fei had their subordinates collect them and they had finally come to deliver. After seeing Hua Mo and Han Fei and receiving their collected herbs, the three saints sat down and chatted. "Senior Li, what about Chu Jian?" Did he send over any herbs? Huaimo asked. He did send some, but there were not many. Chu Jian said that the soil in his territory these past few years has been quite poor, so not many herbs had been produced, and he could only collect these few. Li Rong rubbed her forehead. Only speaking nonsense, Huaimo coldly snorted. There is a great mountain range in Chu Jian's territory. How could there possibly be no herbs there? He is becoming less and less respectful towards Senior Li these days. Han Fei is also coldly added. He doesn't place our clan's future in his eyes at all. He just wants to rule over this mysterious small world. He's really nothing but an ignorant fool. The two great commanders continued to point out Chu Jian's recent arrogant actions while trying to persuade Li Rong to give Chu Jian a painful lesson, so he would stay in line. But as always, Li Rong just listened quietly and didn't express any opinion on the matter. After a while, Huaimo and Han Fei both saw that their efforts were getting them nowhere and didn't mention the matter anymore. Right. Senior Li, I just heard that human brat caused some trouble? Huaimo asked suddenly. Senior Li has always been fair and just, how come you suddenly decided to speak out in favor of that outsider this time? Han Fei also looked at Li Rong slightly strangely. Regardless of what had led to Yang Kai and Pan Lang's fight, who was right and who was wrong, since their clansmen had suffered losses, naturally the guilty party should pay a price, especially considering he was just an outsider, but Senior Li had actually intentionally sheltered him instead. Li Rong chuckled. You received word of this fairly quickly. Huaimo waved his hand. Everyone in the Citadel is talking about it. Even if I didn't want to inquire about it specifically, I would definitely have gotten word of it. Han Fei spoke in her usual icy tone. Senior Li, because of this incident, many of our clansmen have begun to express some complaints. Was it really worth it? Li Rong's face suddenly became serious and her tone became solemn. If my guess is correct, it is worth it. Guess? What guess? Huaimo asked doubtfully. I can't say for certain right now, I'm still in the process of observing, but I guarantee if you saw what I saw, you would definitely make the same choice. When everything becomes clear, I will inform you. Huaimo and Han Fei nodded lightly. After associating with each other for so many years, they firmly believed in Li Rong's vision and judgment. Since she had chosen to favor an outsider, she must have a compelling reason. The trio talked for a while longer before Huaimo and Han Fei left. Although they were all people of Demon God Citadel, and each of them was a great commander, because the four branches were all based in separate locations, Huaimo and Han Fei had to return to their own territories promptly. The purpose of their trip this time had mainly been to deliver their collected herbs. After the incident where Pan Lang had come to seek trouble but was instead beaten up, most of the ancient demon clan's attitudes towards Yang Kai became increasingly bad. But Yang Kai was too lazy to deal with them, only concentrating on refining pills in his stone room every day. His alchemy technique continued progressing rapidly and a large number of pills were produced every day. Simultaneously, his consumption of herbs was quite astonishing. Yang Kai could sense that outside his stone room there was a powerful master protecting him from the shadows. Although this person had hidden himself very well, with Yang Kai's many years of experience, he had slowly discovered some traces of him. This person should have been sent by Li Rong to guard him. Perceiving this, Yang Kai felt relieved. On the other hand, his relationship with Guaner had also become quite harmonious. This demon race girl seemed to be very curious about the outside world, so when Yang Kai wasn't busy, she would always pester him to tell her stories about the outside. These wonderful tales only seemed to increase Guaner's desire to see them though. She also vigorously supported his efforts in alchemy, hoping that one day Yang Kai would be able to refine Saint-grade pills and free her clan from its imprisonment. Yang Kai also learned a lot about the demon crests from Guaner. According to Guaner, their ancient demon clan was a pure-blooded and noble member of the demon race, incomparable to others of the demon race. Their demon crests were an innate ability and not something that could be acquired after birth. When they activated their demon crests, their strength would be increased, and the more they comprehended and developed their demon crests, the greater this increase would be. Pan Lang and his lackeys could transform their demon crests twice, similar to Guaner herself. Yang Kai only knew of this because he caught a glimpse of her demon crest pattern before. after Guaner, who was only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th-stage cultivator, activated her demon crests to their fullest, the intensity of her demonic chi and blood force reached a level equivalent to a peak Immortal Ascension master. Moreover, after activating her demon crests, many delicate deep green traces appeared on Guaner's pretty face, adding a completely different kind of beauty to her usual temperament. As for masters like Li Rong, Han Fei, and Huaremo, their demon crests were even more developed, as was the enhancement to their strength. However, inside this mysterious small world, there were no enemies. So Guaner had never seen any of the great commanders take action and had only heard rumors about their strength. Inside Demon God Citadel, there were even special martial skills and secret arts developed specifically to complement and cultivate one's demon crests, a legacy passed down from the great demon god himself. After hearing about this, Xianxia expressed interest in borrowing these martial skills and secret arts, but Guaner told him that these things were only available to members of her clan with extraordinary aptitude. Even she had never seen them, so Xianxia could only temporarily give up this idea. Although Li Rong truly favored him, Xianxia knew not to push his luck too far. Right now, wanting to borrow the legacy martial skills and secret arts left behind by the great demon god was not realistic. Shelving these thoughts for now, Xianxia's days continued on in an unremarkable fashion. Every day was spent either immersed in alchemy, cultivating, or telling Guaner stories about the outside world. Time flew by, and before he knew it, Xianxia had spent almost an entire year inside this mysterious small world. During this year, Xianxia's alchemy technique had improved dramatically, and today, with the help of supplementary spirit arrays, he was able to refine spirit-grade pills. Medicine King's Valley's Xiao Fusheng's lifelong wish that until now he had yet to achieve was actually accomplished by Xianxia in less than a year of effort. Xianxia could only sigh helplessly at this fact. The world he was in was simply too different, so the ability he could display was also not the same. The attainments Grandmaster Xiao had in the alchemic way were definitely more profound than Xianxia's, but simply because of the limitations of the world he lived in, wanting to refine a spirit-grade pill was nothing more than fantasy. One day, after Xianxia finished refining a spirit-grade pill, he took a deep breath and meditated for a moment before suddenly opening his eyes and staring towards an empty spot in the stone room and calling out, "Senior, can I trouble you to call Senior Li? I have something I need to discuss with her." Duanya, who was hidden nearby, couldn't help staring blankly when he found that this human race brat was staring right at his hidden place, the latter's eyes not showing the least bit of doubt. Duanya was dumbfounded. Since the last incident between Xianxia and Pan Lang, Duanya had followed Li Rong's instructions and secretly protected him from the shadows, but now it seems that this boy was aware of his presence and could even accurately locate his position. Xianxia was only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage kid, while Duanya was a powerful 3rd order transcendent. The difference in strength between the two of them was immense, so how and when did he find him? Many doubts swirled through Duanya's thoughts, but he somehow managed to keep his composure, quickly appearing from his hiding place and gently nodding towards Xianxia before his body faded again and disappeared. A short time later, the air beside Xianxia distorted and a layer of ripples appeared. Soon after, the void itself seemed to warp slightly and Li Rong appeared. Xianxia revealed a look of interest. He noticed that every time this mature beauty appeared, she would do so in this fashion. It seemed like she had the power to step through the void and suddenly appear wherever she wanted to. "I heard that you were looking for me?" Li Rong walked over and got straight to the point. Xianxia nodded. "What's the matter?" "I need to supplement my true qi." "Supplement your true qi?" Li Rong's brow furrowed slightly as she released her divine sense. But after quickly sweeping Xianxia with it, she couldn't help asking in a confused tone, "Isn't your true qi quite abundant?" With her strong cultivation, she was naturally able to perceive the thick and pure true qi within Xianxia's meridians, as well as the destructive power it contained. Moreover, this extremely pure yang attribute true qi gave even her demonic qi a sense of oppression. No. Xianxia shook his head lightly. "The true qi in my meridians is indeed abundant, but the true qi in my dantian is running low. Without true qi, I can't continue practicing alchemy." "What do you mean?" Li Rong was even more puzzled. "If you need to supplement your true qi, can't you just cultivate?" Why do you need my help with something so simple? Yang Kai smiled helplessly and replied, My secret art is somewhat special, or rather my physique is somewhat special. I can't supplement my true qi by cultivating. The true yang yuan qi in his body had always been obtained by absorbing naturally occurring yang qi or by refining some kind of yang attribute precious treasure, and then condensing it into yang liquid which could be stored in his dantian. If he was to simply meditate and run his secret art, if he wasn't in a suitable environment, all the world energy he extracted from the air would simply be stored in his unyielding golden skeleton. Yang liquid would not be formed unless he cultivated in an environment with abundant yang qi. Yang Kai couldn't even remember the last time he had added more yang liquid to his dantian, and after such a long time, he only had a few drops left. If he couldn't find a way to replenish his stock, he would sooner or later run out completely. Without yang liquid to suppress the evil energy inside his unyielding golden skeleton, Yang Kai estimated it wouldn't take long for him to fall to the devil's practices. What do you need me to do? Li Rong still didn't quite understand, but she had no interest in asking anymore. Do you have any yang attribute precious treasures? I need something like that. Things that have a strong yang attribute are incompatible with people of my demon race. Do you think we'd keep such materials on hand? Li Rong's expression flashed a touch of disgruntledness, before immediately becoming somewhat suspicious, staring at Yang Kai with a distrustful look. Are you trying to deceive me? I have no reason to lie to you. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. You really have nothing yang attribute related? And nothing. Yang Kai's face went black as his brow wrinkled. This is a big problem. If I can't absorb yang qi to supplement my true qi, I can't practice alchemy. You should have seen that I need my true yang yuan qi in order to perform alchemy. Then what should we do? Li Rong asked somewhat anxiously. This human race boy was very talented in alchemy. It had only taken him 1 year to reach the point where he could refine spirit-grade pills. At this rate of growth, there is no need to wait 10 years before he became capable of refining saint-grade pills. But now, for this seemingly ridiculous reason, he was unable to continue studying alchemy. Li Rong didn't know what kind of special secret art Yang Kai cultivated, nor what was so special about his physique. But seeing him speak so seriously, she understood that he wasn't just making things up. Staring at Yang Kai, Li Rong couldn't help feeling a bit bitter and helpless. Her clan had been trapped here for countless years, and for that entire time, their one greatest wish had been to leave here and see the outside world. But now that they had finally seen hope of achieving this wish, it had seemingly been ruthlessly cut off. Li Rong could almost imagine how disappointed the expressions of her clansmen would be when they heard this news. After racking her brains for a solution, Li Rong's beautiful face suddenly lit up as she murmured, We don't have any yang attribute precious treasures in storage, but there is a place in this mysterious small world that might work. Where? Yang Kai asked excitedly. Without yang liquid, he would also be in a very difficult position. If he could no longer enhance his alchemy skill, he would lose all value to the ancient demon clan. At that point, no how much Li Rong favored him, the only end he would have would be death. Li Rong didn't answer his question but instead frowned and thought about it for a moment before saying, You rest for now. 2 days later, I will give you an answer. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Li Rong quickly left. With his yang liquid running out, Yang Kai didn't dare practice alchemy anymore. Now bored, he decided to let Guaner take him out to play in Demon God Citadel for the next 2 days. Now that he thought about it, since he had first arrived in this mysterious small world, he had barely left the stone room, partly because he was not willing to show his face and draw the attention of the surrounding demon race people, but mainly because he had been obsessed with the promoting his alchemy skill, even frequently forgetting to sleep and eat. Now that he suddenly had free time on his hands though, naturally he wanted to go out and stretch his legs. Walking around Demon God Citadel, Yang Kai fully experienced the tendencies and tenacity of these demon race people. When they practiced their martial skills, these demon race people tended to do so by engaging in real combat, completely different from the way humans cultivated. This was a real life or death struggle. Often both sides would end up bloody and beaten when members of the demon race cultivated. However, because the ancient demon clan's physiques were strong and robust, even if they suffered from heavy injuries, after a short break, they would be able to continue fighting. Yang Kai expressed both amazement and admiration to this. In a huge square in Demon God Citadel, Xianxia saw a tall and majestic statue. This statue was of a grand figure, and although it had obviously been carved many years ago, it still retained a vivid and majestic aura. Every demon race person who passed by it would show a very respectful look towards it. Looking at this statue, Xianxia felt like there was some kind of mysterious hidden energy within it that resonated with his unyielding golden skeleton, causing the evil energy inside his unyielding golden skeleton to nearly erupt. Xianxia's expression changed greatly as he quickly suppressed this, his face becoming pale and sweaty. At that moment, there seemed to be a strange voice echoing in his mind, but when carefully tried to listen to, the voice suddenly disappeared, and I couldn't tell it had been real or an illusion. "What's wrong?" Guaner asked. She didn't know what had happened to Xianxia, who had gone from acting light and carefully to nervous and exhausted in the blink of an eye. "It's nothing. It's just been too long time since I last came out." Xianxia's eyes flashed. "You humans, your bodies are really too weak." Guaner laughed. "Whose statue is this?" Xianxia asked casually. "This is our ancestors' master, a statue of the great demon god." Guaner quickly became respectful as she paid tribute to this statue. "The great demon god?" Xianxia was shocked. "Yes, isn't it majestic? It said that when the great demon god was alive, my demon race dominated the world while your human race and the monster race were all just vassals of my demon race. So fierce. The great demon god was certainly fierce. His strength was unprecedented. No one was his equal. Such a powerful character. Where is he now?" "I don't know." Guaner shook her head. "Then why did he seal your ancestors here? What kind of mistake did they make to warrant such treatment?" "I don't know." Guaner suddenly became a little bit angry out of shame and shot back. "Why are you asking all of this all of a sudden? So annoying." It seemed that because Xianxia asked too many questions she couldn't answer, Guaner no longer wanted to play with him and returned to the stone room instead, disappearing after she dropped him off. Recalling what had just happened the moment he had seen the statue of great demon god, Xianxia shook his head in confusion. He didn't know if that voice was real or simply an illusion, but even if he wanted to get to the bottom of it, he had no way to do so. So he could only ignore it for now. 2 days later, Xianxia, who was meditating, noticed a subtle energy fluctuation nearby and quickly opened his eyes, discovering Li Rong and the cold Han Fei standing together in front of him. Xianxia's brow wrinkled. He didn't understand why Han Fei had also appeared and asked, "What's happening?" In response, Li Rong shook her head lightly. "We don't have what we need, but since you need it, you can take it for yourself." "Take it myself?" Xianxia was slightly puzzled. "Good. That's why I had you wait for 2 days. Han Fei will escort you there." Han Fei's territory was on the other side of Demon God Citadel. Li Rong had apparently sent a letter to let her telling her to come here, which had caused the 2-day delay. Xianxia glanced at the icy woman and gently nodded, deciding to not ask anything. "If you're ready, then let's go." Han Fei didn't speak any nonsense as she coldly glanced at Xianxia. "I have nothing to prepare." "Good," Han Fei said, turned around, and walked out. "Be careful out there," Li Rong reminded. Xianxia gently waved his hand before following Han Fei outside. As soon as Xianxia exited his stone room, he saw Han Fei's tender body transform into a stream of light and disappear, but he just stood there and watched. Li Rong looked at him curiously, a trace of suspicion appearing on her pretty face. After waiting for a while, Xianxia still didn't move, and Han Fei couldn't help flying back, frowning at him with displeasure. "What are you doing? Why don't you keep up? I already said I don't have much true chi left and can't afford to squander it. Flying to wherever we're going will be a big waste of true chi, right?" Xianxia said helplessly. "What are you trying to say?" Han Fei frowned. "You'll have to carry me there," Xianxia said in a serious tone. Upon hearing this, Han Fei felt even more annoyed. "Humph! You dare tell me to carry you? I'm not trying to take advantage of you, nor am I trying to disdain your identity. This is simply the most appropriate choice," Xianxia replied sternly. Li Rong knit her brows for a moment before nodding to Han Fei. Han Fei grit her teeth but said nothing, flicked her hand, and wrapped Yang Kai in a wave of energy, lifting him up and once again shooting off into the sky. Han Fei had a cold temperament and preferred silence to conversation. Yang Kai also understood that such a woman would not try to act friendly with strangers, so he naturally didn't take the initiative to speak, simply closing his eyes and allowing her to carry him to their destination. However, just because she wasn't speaking to him, Yang Kai was keenly aware that Han Fei seemed interested in him, as she would stealthily use her divine sense to scan his body, repeatedly trying to uncover his secrets. Of course, she never succeeded. This mysterious small world was very different from the outside world. Here, there was no sun or moon, night or day. The sky was a chaotic mix of light and shadow, and the land was vast and barren with few traces of grass or wildlife. Only occasionally were there a few monster beasts. Speeding along all the way, the pair remained silent, but after some time, the air temperature gradually began rise. Sensing this change, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling excited. This kind of hot aura was exactly the kind of energy he needed. As time passed, the concentration of Yang Yuan Qi in the air became higher and higher, and it became obvious that a huge source of it was up ahead. Yang Kai couldn't help looking forward to this. After 2 days of travel, Yang Kai finally saw it. On the distant horizon, the sky was dyed a dazzling golden red. At this point, the air was flooded with Yang Yuan Qi, and it was concentrated enough that when Yang Kai ran his True Yang secret art, his reserves of True Yang Yuan Qi were quickly being restored. On the other hand, Han Fei had to circulate her demonic Qi slightly in order to resist this Yang Qi. Yang Yuan Qi had always been the nemesis of demonic Qi. Even the powerful ancient demon clan cultivators couldn't ignore its suppression, but powerful masters like Han Fei seemed to be able to ignore this ordinary Yang attribute attacks. After flying a while long, the density of Yang Yuan Qi became even greater, and Han Fei finally stopped. Hovering mid-air along with Yang Kai, the pair shifted their gazes downwards. Below, there was a winding mountain range with a particularly large one that had a great crater that was akin to the giant beast's mouth. This crater was massive, and Yang Kai could clearly see tumbling red-hot magma bubbling within it. The Yang Yuan Qi here was incredibly rich and could even melt rocks into magma. From time to time, this boiling hot magma would well up and flood down the mountainside. Moreover, the Yang origin seal in Yang Kai's chest was violently throbbing, seemingly overjoyed with the massive concentration of Yang Yuan Qi down below. The Yang origin seal, which only responded to in the presence of Yang Yuan Qi, had never pulsed so strongly before, so Yang Kai was fairly certain that there was an incredibly powerful source of Yang attribute energy hidden beneath this volcano. "This is our destination," Han Fei finally spoke. "The rich Yang attribute energy here should meet your needs. As far as I know, there is a large deposit of Yang crystal or beneath the magma. If you have the ability, feel free to collect as much as you want. Our ancient demon clan have no need for such things." Yang Kai nodded lightly to express understanding. "I'll bring you down first and find a suitable place for you to cultivate," Han Fei said, wrapped Yang Kai in her energy and rushing down. Even facing this boiling magma that seemed capable of melting anything, the icy woman didn't show the slightest fear. A terrifying force that shocked Yang Kai erupting from her seemingly tender body, pushing the magma aside, opening a channel for the pair. Like it was pierced by a sharp sword. Wherever Han Fei passed, the magma would split and give way. There was no danger at all, and as soon as the pair passed through, the magma would converge again. Yang Kai glanced back but couldn't see anything but an ocean of molten rock. Yang Kai suddenly had a deeper understanding of just how immense this woman's strength was. Saints were all considered top masters in this world, but Yang Kai didn't know what order this woman was. After descending an unknown distance, Han Fei eventually seemed like she had some difficulties coping. The Yang Yuan Qi here was too rich, and even she could not ignore it. Small beads of sweat began appearing on her delicate brow, and an intoxicating fragrance began wafting towards the tip of Yang Kai's nose, causing him to feel awkward. Seemingly aware of the change in Yang Kai's demeanor, Han Fei stared at him coldly and stopped moving forward, asking, "Is it all right here?" "Yes." Yang Kai quickly nodded. "Then you stay here and cultivate," Han Fei said, waving her hand, splitting apart the nearby magma and opening a cave in the side of the volcano. This cave was just big enough to allow Xianxia to sit cross-legged inside. After setting up a few energy barriers to isolate this place, Han Fei tossed Xianxia into the cave and coldly said, "Human, don't play tricks. Absorb the yang qi you need here quietly. I'll come pick you up 1 month from now." Han Fei glanced at him once more before turning around and vanishing into the magma. After she left, Xianxia took a deep breath and explored his surroundings. This cave was safe and sturdy. After all, it had been carved out by a Saint Realm master. The flowing magma outside had no way of seeping in. Although Xianxia wasn't afraid of this magma, it would be troublesome if he was caught inside it and became lost. Settling down, Xianxia began circulating his true yang secret art. As soon as he began cultivating, it felt like all of the pores on his skin opened wide and began drinking in the vast amounts of yang yuan qi in the surrounding, madly pulling it into his body. Xianxia's face lit up. He had never experienced such a rich amount of yang attribute energy before and felt incredibly comfortable. A light dripping sound rang out from within Xianxia's body, and after only 30 breaths of time, a new drop of yang liquid was formed. Now, Xianxia's cultivation realm was not the same as it once was. Whether it was the purity or density of his true qi, they were several times greater than when he had first begun cultivating the true yang secret art. This also meant that if he wanted to form a drop of yang liquid, he had to absorb dozens of times more yang yuan qi than before. Even so, it only took him 30 breaths of time to form one here. This kind of speed was faster than Xianxia had ever imagined. The environment here was incredibly well suited to his cultivation. The dripping sound continued constantly as Xianxia cultivated single-mindedly, soon forgetting everything around him, even the passage of time. Below the volcano, inside the rolling magma, Xianxia entered an ethereal state and cultivated silently. Great Commander Chu Jian's territory, one of the 4 leaders of the ancient demon clan, lay thousands of kilometers east of Demon God's citadel. At this moment, Chu Jian was sitting in his castle's hall, listening to one of his confidants' reports. After a moment, Chu Jian's eyes flashed and a hint of excitement appeared on his face. "You mean, that outsider left Demon God's citadel?" "Yes, sir. He was taken away by Great Commander Han Fei," the man replied quickly. "Do you know where they went?" They seemed to be headed in the direction of the volcano. "The volcano?" Chu Jian frowned. Naturally, he knew where this volcano was, as it was one of the ancient demon clan's forbidden lands. Even the 4 great commanders weren't willing to go there if it wasn't absolutely necessary. It was not that there was anything there that could threaten their lives, but that they instinctively wanted to avoid the rich yang qi that permeated the area. Why would they go to the volcano? Chu Jian's brow wrinkled, unable to understand what was happening. If not for some special purpose, it was impossible for Han Fei to bring that human there. "Sir, this is a rare opportunity, should we?" the man hesitantly asked. Chu Jian's eyes narrowed and a trace of coldness flashed across their depths, sneering as he said, "Naturally, I know this is a rare opportunity. Come, let us go invite this outsider to visit my territory for a few days." Chu Jian had kept tabs on the various rumors surrounding Xianxia and knew that his progress in alchemy was quite impressive. Chu Jian had always been looking for a way to suppress Li Rong. If this time he could bring this human boy back to his territory, train him to refine Saint-grade pills, and free their clan from their imprisonment here, winning his clansmen's support would become easy. At that time, Li Rong would have no choice but to abdicate her position to him. Moreover, Chu Jian knew that the amount of herbs Li Rong had left was not much, while on the other hand he had many in store. If that human brat wanted to continue improving his alchemy skills, only he could provide the necessary herbs. As if he could already picture his glorious ascension, Chu Jian's eyes filled with anticipation and excitement, so he quickly began deploying his subordinates. Time hurried by and, in the blink of an eye, a whole month had passed. Xianxia knew this was a rare opportunity, so for the entire month, he had spared no effort circulating his true yang secret art, madly absorbing the surrounding yang attribute energy. After 1 month, there was finally a feeling of saturation in his dantian. There were now countless drops of yang liquid stored in his dantian. When he arrived here, Yang Kai was quite concerned about how much yang liquid he could collect, but now he had already lost track of how much he had. He was brimming with strength. With so much yang liquid, Yang Kai figured he could spend it freely for several years without worrying about it. As Yang Kai wantonly consumed the surrounding yang yuan qi, the nearby magma was also affected a bit and was no longer as hot as it first was, even showing some signs of solidification. In the surrounding kilometer radius, the concentration of ambient yang yuan qi had been greatly reduced. Now that he was sated, Yang Kai wanted to dive down further and explore the volcano's depths to see if there were other opportunities to be had. But with the deadline he had agreed upon with Han Fei approaching, he could only sit and wait. He was not willing to provoke this icy woman and give her an excuse to question him. Time passed by as he waited, but Han Fei never appeared. Gritting his teeth, Yang Kai finally made up his mind and exited his cave and dove into the magma. After wrapping himself in a protective layer of true qi, although the temperature of the magma was still stifling, it didn't cause any harm to Yang Kai. There seems to be no bottom to this place, and the further Yang Kai descended, the richer the surrounding energy became. The environment here was perfectly suited to him and his cultivation, but for the ancient demon clan, it was nothing short of a forbidden hell. Of course, Yang Kai had no intention of trying to escape. Sealed in this mysterious small world, he knew that there was nowhere he could hide unless he wanted to spend the rest of his life in this volcano for the rest of his life. He just wanted to see what kind of mysteries this place hid. After diving for about an hour, there was no end in sight, and the surrounding temperature and pressure were reaching a level that even he couldn't stand. Cursing silently to himself, Yang Kai eventually just shook his head in annoyance. Although he really wanted to fully explore this place, it seemed if he continued to press forward, he would be putting his life at risk, and with no guarantee of any benefits, there was no way he would act so rashly. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai reluctantly gave up, turned around, and headed back up. After another hour, he finally returned to his former position. Waiting there for him, with an even colder than normal expression on her face, was Han Fei. Apparently she had thought Yang Kai had run away and was grinding her teeth in anger. After seeing Yang Kai reappear, she quickly yelled, "Where have you been?" "Exploring down below." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "Down below?" Han Fei's slender brow wrinkled slightly. "You can still dive further?" Even she couldn't dive much further into this volcano. Their current position was basically her limit, so this human boy still being able to descend was somewhat surprising to her. "I cultivate a yang attribute secret art. I'm like a duck in water here," Yang Kai chuckled. However, this explanation didn't quite satisfy Han Fei, because even if he cultivated a profound yang attribute secret art, if he didn't have enough personal skill, there was no way he could freely explore this place with his weak cultivation. But such things didn't concern her, so she just brushed it aside and asked, "Did you get what you wanted?" Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Then let's get going. Senior Li should be waiting anxiously," Han Fei said, not waiting for Yang Kai to answer before wrapping him in her true qi and flying upwards. Soon, the two flew out of the volcano's caldera. But at that moment, Yang Kai suddenly grabbed Han Fei's arm and whispered, "Wait!" Han Fei's tender body went stiff as she turned an icy glare towards Yang Kai. "What is it?" She seemed to be unaccustomed to being touched, especially by men, so this small movement had caused her to react quite fiercely. "See for yourself." Yang Kai's face became serious and he replied faintly. Han Fei's eyes narrowed slightly as she released her divine sense. Her pretty face soon became gloomy. Even Yang Kai was able to detect the anomalies around the volcano, so how could Han Fei not notice? It was simply that, at first, she hadn't been vigilant of her surroundings. "It seems we're in a bit of trouble," Yang Kai sneered as his pair of sharp eyes stared at the surrounding sky. "Don't say anything. I'll handle this," Han Fei snorted, her beautiful eyes suddenly fixing on a certain position as she coldly shouted, "Chu Jian, come out." A hearty laugh rang out as Chu Jian stepped out from his hiding place and boldly showed himself, his eyes staring towards Han Fei with a look of ridicule and a glimmer of lust, sneering as he said, "Commander Han Fei, what a coincidence meeting you here." Saying so, His eyes narrowed as his sullen gaze shifted towards Yang Kai for a moment before once again focusing on Han Fei, apparently not placing Yang Kai in his eyes at all. Chu Jian, what are you doing here? Han Fei's voice was ice-cold as she glared back at him. The area surrounding this volcano was a forbidden zone to the ancient demon clan. No one would come here unless absolutely necessary, so obviously, she didn't believe Chu Jian appearing here was just coincidence. Also, when Chu Jian spoke, a number of figures appeared one after another, each of them a powerful master from Chu Jian's territory, all of them wearing grim smirks as they surrounded the volcano. The other party was well prepared. Obviously, they had received news about them being here and had set up this ambush. Oh, nothing much. I just wanted to ask Commander Han Fei to do me a favor and allow this human brat to accompany me to my territory for a while. Chu Jian replied slyly. You have guts. I'll give you that. Han Fei's cold stare began mixing with traces of anger. This human is a guest of Senior Li and is also the hope of our ancient demon clan. Do you plan on stifling our clan's best chance at obtaining freedom? Chu Jian, you best stop trying to stir up trouble like this. Even if Senior Li has shown you great benevolence doesn't mean she will allow you to act without any restraint. Senior Li. Chu Jian coldly snorted. I will replace her one day and become the real master of Demon God's Citadel. My ancient demon clan is a bold and warlike clan. Even if we are currently trapped in this forsaken place, we should not forget that. All these years of peace have dulled our fangs, and Senior Li's benevolence has only worsened the situation. She is not suitable to be the Lord of Demon God's Citadel. Only I, Chu Jian, am worthy of such a role. Upon hearing these impassioned words, Chu Jian's henchmen's auras all suddenly became dangerous. It was as he said, even if they had been detained here for countless years, the masters gathered under Chu Jian still maintained their militant hearts. You're insane, Han Fei said as she shook her head disappointedly. Although we knew you had wild ambitions and were conspiring against us, never had we thought that you were so far gone. Chu Jian, if you don't cease this madness, only death awaits you. Death? Chu Jian burst into laughter. I wonder if I'll be the one to die, or if you will. When she noticed Chu Jian's murderous intent, Han Fei couldn't help feeling a chill shoot up her spine, realizing that he had already made his resolve. Chu Jian was apparently committed to usurping Demon God's Citadel, and his first would be to eliminate any dissidents. So she and Huaremo had become his primary targets. After countless years being trapped in this mysterious small world, Han Fei had actually forgotten how the plots and intrigue the human race was so fond of worked. Han Fei, I can give you a chance. Chu Jian stretched out his hand and pointed towards her arrogantly. Submit to me and I will make you my wife, and together we can rule Demon God's Citadel. Then, as long as this human brat can refine the necessary saint-grade pill, we can escape from this infernal prison. Compared to blindly following Senior Li, joining me has far greater advantages to you. In response, Han Fei just stared back at Chu Jian with a sarcastic grin filled with disgust. You want me to marry you? Are you out of your mind? I'd rather marry this human than marry you. Hey, why are you trying to pull me into this? Yang Kai grumbled unhappily. He didn't care about the internal struggles of Demon God's Citadel. Who won or who lost was of no consequence to him. But now he had suddenly become the focus of this battle. Yang Kai was unable to stay out of it. No matter who wins or loses, his existence had become a key component as the winning side would definitely need him. You shut up. There's no place for you to speak here. Han Fei's pretty face showed a slightly flustered look as she glanced over at Yang Kai, her cold expression quickly returning to normal. Chu Jian shook his head in disappointment and sighed. You've made a grave mistake. Senior Li is too kind-hearted. So I need to take charge of Demon God's Citadel. If we leave this world and finally escape to the outside, with her weak personality, what foothold will my ancient demon clan possibly be able to establish? If she had at least fought with me, I may not have been so disappointed. But look, even though she knows I'm plotting against her, Senior Li has never once even condemned me. That woman should never have been born in my ancient demon clan. Don't use Senior Li's benevolence as an excuse for your arrogance, Han Fei shouted. If Demon God Citadel were to be ruled by you, it would be my clan's greatest misfortune. You disappoint me? Chu Jian kept shaking his head. Han Fei, I'll ask you one last time. Join me in my great crusade and forge a bright new future for our clan. Refuse me again and I will show you no mercy. Beautiful women are easy to come by. What I care about is only your Saint Realm strength. Keep dreaming. Han Fei's aura burst erupted as she tightly wrapped Yang Kai in her true chi and rushed out, trying to smash through Chu Jian's encirclement. As long as she could break through this blockade, Han Fei was confident she could make it back to Demon God Citadel with Yang Kai. However, since Chu Jian had long been preparing this move, he naturally wouldn't give her this opportunity. The moment Han Fei moved, he also took action. Before she could figure out how he had moved, Chu Jian had blocked Han Fei's path and sent out a powerful palm strike filled with vicious intent, like a roaring beast baring its fangs, ready to take a bite out of Han Fei and Yang Kai. Han Fei's expression changed dramatically as she pulled Yang Kai back, shielding him while she sent out a palm of her own. Hong hong hong. A violent blast resounded and a brilliant glow spread around as Chu Jian and Han Fei's strikes met midair. So many years have passed since we last fought, it seems Commander Han Fei's strength has grown quite nicely, Chu Jian said calmly, letting out a chuckle before his body flickered and several mirror images of himself were created, each one carrying the same tyrannical aura as the original. In the next moment, these countless figures all waved their fists and sent a terrifying blow towards Han Fei's delicate body. Facing such an attack, Han Fei's expression became tensed, immediately gathering all of her strength and concentrating it on the weak point of Chu Jian's strike. Yang Kai, who was being guarded by her, couldn't help feeling like he was suffocating, as if he couldn't even muster the will to resist. Although he didn't know what order St. Chu Jian was, Yang Kai fully realized just how massive the gap in their strengths was. Even though he was not the one being targeted, the residual momentum from this attack alone was enough to fully suppress him. As this rain of fists fell, Han Fei brought Yang Kai with her as she dodged, every step she took containing a kind of mysterious sentiment. Amidst this onslaught, the two were like a small boat floating within a hurricane, at risk of capsizing at any moment. Han Fei, you're not my opponent. Surrender without a fight and I'll grant you a quick death. Chu Jian continued attacking while trying to disrupt Han Fei's concentration by taunting her. Both of them were Saint Realm Masters, so even though there was some gap in their strengths, it would take a great deal of effort for Chu Jian to defeat Han Fei. On top of that, he had to carefully control his power so as not to accidentally kill Yang Kai, giving him an extra layer of shackles. Han Fei remained silent, her teeth clenched tight as her delicate body swayed back and forth through the storm. When the barrage finally ended, Han Fei's unexpectedly didn't have a single scratch on her. Even her clothes weren't ruffled. Seeing this, Chu Jian was infuriated and his eyes became red. He felt like he had lost a lot of face in front of his subordinates, so he no longer planned on holding back, calling out in annoyance. You brought this upon yourself, demon god transformation, shouting angrily, his face quickly filling with complex black demon crests and his strength and blood force significantly increased. Han Fei also didn't dare hold back, quickly using her demon god transformation as well, a set of red demon crests decorating her face. In an instant, the world around her seemed to flood with a vague floral fragrance. A storm of petals condensed from her demonic chi suddenly appeared and shot towards Chu Jian. But Chu Jian didn't evade at all, simply smashing his fist forward and shattering these petals into dust. Second Order Saint? Han Fei exclaimed. So you were hiding your real cultivation all along? Chu Jian let out an arrogant laugh. It's not too late to know the truth before you die. With a great shout, Chu Jian condensed a black spear completely out of demonic chi and threw it with unstoppable momentum towards Han Fei's lower abdomen, running her through. Han Fei coughed out a mouthful of blood and her momentum quickly dropped, her beautiful ice-cold face suddenly becoming pale as she fell towards the mouth of the volcano. Suddenly unleashing his full strength, Chu Jian's single blow had caused heavy losses to Han Fei. The gap in strength between the two great commanders was too large. It was obvious that Chu Jian's courage to rebel was not him simply acting recklessly. Escape? As Han Fei fell, she whispered into Yang Kai's ear and used the last of her strength to throw him out. Under imposing auras of two saints, Yang Kai found it difficult to even control his own body. So although he heard Han Fei urge him to go, he was simply not capable of following through. Chu Jian wouldn't kill him because, like Li Rong, he needed something from him, but it was obvious from the first glance that Chu Jian was the type of person to burn bridges after crossing them. Working with him would be much less safe than working with Li Rong. Yang Kai understood all this, but his body simply couldn't muster any strength and was only able to fly out with Han Fei's assistance. Take him! Chu Jian didn't spare Han Fei another glance and immediately ordered his henchmen to seize Yang Kai. The one closest to Yang Kai, a peak Immortal Ascension boundary cultivator, jumped in front of Yang Kai and stretched out his arm towards the latter's neck, a cold sneer appearing on his face. Human, from now on, you serve Sir Chu Jian. Yang Kai's expression was sullen as he gasped for breath, his bones creaking under the pressure. Under this crushing pressure, Yang Kai's unyielding golden skeleton seemed to have some unusual reactions. The greater the pressure, the stronger the unyielding golden skeleton resisted. Yang Kai suddenly recalled that he was able to obtain the unyielding golden skeleton in the past precisely because he did not give in to despair. After that, through countless desperate battles, he had slowly realized the mysteries of the unyielding golden skeleton. At that moment, in Yang Kai's mind, it was as if an explosion suddenly went off and his mouth slowly curled into a provocative grin as he let out a ferocious roar. Unyielding will! The shackles formed by the immense surrounding pressure that had weighed down his body shattered in an instant and Yang Kai regained his freedom. The pressure and momentum of Chu Jian, a second-order saint, had not disappeared and was still as weighty as a mountain. But Yang Kai no longer seemed to be affected by it anymore. I will submit to no one. Yang Kai roared at the demon race cultivator in front of him as a drop of yang liquid appeared in the palm of his hand and instantly transformed into a sharp blade. Pooh! The yang liquid blade pierced the chest of this demon race cultivator who stared back at Yang Kai wide eyes, obviously not comprehending what had just happened. Salala! The incredibly pure true yang yuan qi violently reacted with the demonic qi in this man's body and began burning it away. A pitiful scream rang out as the true yang yuan qi which had invaded his body caused an excruciating pain, completely suppressing his demonic qi to the point where he could not gather any strength at all, resulting in him plunging towards the volcano in the next instant. How is this possible? Chu Jian was also stunned. Not having imagined that, even under the pressure he was emitting, this human brat was still able to fight back. When he saw that one of his subordinates had inexplicably suffered heavy losses, he couldn't help feeling angered. Damn you! His momentum bursting out, Chu Jian opened his hand and grabbed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's hair all stood up. Killing that peak Immortal Ascension boundary cultivator wasn't surprising because his enemy hadn't been on guard against him at all. But facing the direct attack of a Saint Realm Master, he instinctively felt a huge sense of crisis. As the hand approached, Yang Kai quickly released more than a dozen drops of yang liquid from his fingertip and condensed them into a radiant golden spear that he shot out towards Chu Jian's palm. Pu. Chu Jian's offensive was blocked for a moment. Such a large amount of pure true yang yuan qi was something even he couldn't ignore. The demonic qi protecting his palm was quickly purified and his skin even received some minor burns. A drop of yang liquid was the crystallization of all the true qi in Yang Kai's meridians. So a dozen drops of yang liquid was equal to a dozen times Yang Kai's full strength. Yang Kai using more than a dozen yang liquid drops all at once was equivalent to him using a strike more than a dozen times more powerful than his cultivation base would suggest he could. Obviously this was a very frightening attack. After sending out this yang liquid spear, Yang Kai didn't stick around to see the result, ignoring Chu Jian's fury as he turned around and rushed downward. Before Han Fei hit the magma below, Yang Kai managed to catch up and grab her, hold her under his arm, and wrap her in his true qi before diving into the volcano's caldera. Padong! The two figures instantly disappeared into the orange molten rock. Follow them! Chu Jian was enraged and quickly ordered his men to pursue them. Chu Jian's subordinates all exchanged a reluctant glance before gritting their teeth and diving down as well. Even though all of them were normally brutal and fearless, This environment which heavily restrained their strength still gave them pause. Beneath the magma, Yongkai was like a fish in water, easily descending at a rapid pace while protecting the injured Han Fei. Being held tightly by Yongkai, Han Fei's expression was quite complicated, a mix of shame and misery flashing across her eyes. Never had she dreamed that, in this situation, this human would be the one saving her. If not for Yongkai suddenly breaking free of Chu Jian's suppression and unleashing that oddly formidable strike, it was likely she would have fallen here today. Chu Jian really planned on killing her. In order to unify Demon God Citadel, he had to remove all dissidents. He would never have shown her any mercy. But this boy, how did he do it? Under such immense pressure, he had actually regained his freedom of movement. The very idea was ridiculous. In fact, the moment she had thrown him out, even Han Fei had not expected this result. Staring at Yongkai at close range, Han Fei could see that although his expression was incredibly serious, there were no signs of fear. If anything, deep within his eyes, there even seemed to be a trace of excitement. Even now, he seemed to be enjoying this thrilling life or death crisis. Freak! Han Fei thought to herself before her expression darkened once again. Calling out in alarm, "Hurry up! Chu Jian's still pursing!" From above them, Han Fei could clearly feel Chu Jian's cruel and angry aura approaching. If this human boy managed to escape from his hands, Han Fei reckoned Chu Jian would go insane with rage. "I know." Yongkai nodded faintly and asked, "Is your limit at the position where you left me to cultivate?" "Almost. I could probably dive only a bit further," Han Fei replied weakly. "What do you think Chu Jian's limit is?" "Even though he's now a second-order saint, he can probably dive at most another 1,000 meters. After all, the Yang Qi here is too rich and restrains my ancient demon clan too severely. Then he can't catch us, haha." Yongkai grinned confidently. Han Fei's beautiful pupils lit up, suddenly remembering that this boy seemed to have been exploring the depths of the volcano before she had come to pick him up. Although she didn't know just how deep he could dive, listening to his tone and seeing his currently relaxed performance, he should be able to descend quite a distance. Suddenly, she had a sense of anticipation. Hesitating for a moment, he finally decided to ask, "Can you withstand it?" "I don't know, but I have to try. Either way, it's better than being caught by him. Actually, he won't kill you. If you are caught by him, there won't be any danger to your life. Why do you want to take such a big risk?" "Because I believe in Li Rong more. If my guess is right, if I was to be caught by Chu Jian, he would kill me after he's done using me." "Seems you still have some self-awareness." Han Fei nodded lightly. "Don't you and Hua Mo also have that idea?" Yongkai suddenly smiled at her coldly. Han Fei's heart jumped as she stared back at Yongkai with amazement. Sure enough, Yongkai let out a sigh, his expression quite gloomy. "We truly had such thoughts, but we hadn't made a decision yet. Because our ancient demon clan doesn't need to owe a mere human a favor." Han Fei replied in a cold voice. Even in this situation, she did not have any intention of backing down, freely admitting everything. "You having such thoughts is enough of a reason for me to kill you now to avoid future troubles," Yongkai sneered. "Feel free." Han Fei turned her gaze away. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. Even if you are injured, killing you now would still be somewhat difficult." "You really have some self-awareness," Han Fei snorted. "However, after today's events, I think you'll reconsider whether you want to repaying kindness with enmity. If you still dare to have such thoughts though, I won't show any mercy. I'm letting you live not because I'm being naive but simply because right now I am the one under the eaves." Han Fei spat disdainfully and no longer answered back. She found that when she spoke with this human, she could never occupy the initiative and was instead seen through by him, like he could read all of her thoughts and ideas. Being chased by the second-order Saint Chu Jian, Yongkai didn't panic at all. Instead, he even began bargaining with Han Fei in a clear-cut manner, trying to use the favor of saving her life to diminish the hostility she had towards him. Beneath the magma, Chu Jian took the lead, a powerful and chilling force pulsing from his strong body, pushing aside the molten rock. Although the speed at which he dove was extremely fast, Yang Kai and Han Fei were still beyond the range of his sight, so he could only use his divine sense to determine their location. Human, you can't escape. Surrender without a fight and I'll spare you. Refuse, and when I catch you, I'll peel the flesh from your bones. Chu Jian roared while chasing after the pair. Yang Kai ignored these threats and continued diving. The moment he stopped, everything really would be over. No matter what, he couldn't allow himself to fall into Chu Jian's hands. Soon, he and Han Fei reached the depth where he had been in secluded cultivation for the past month. Upon arriving here, Han Fei's condition rapidly began deteriorating. Although she was still wrapped in Yang Kai's true qi, her demonic qi was still fluctuating somewhat erratically, instinctively rejecting the surrounding yang qi, her pretty face going even more pale as a hint of panic flashed across her eyes. Han Fei had already said that this was basically the maximum depth she could reach. If she were to continue down again, her demonic qi would be completely suppressed. That is to say, upon reaching this depth, her life was basically completely in Yang Kai's hands. If Yang Kai wanted to kill her, all he had to do was discard her here, and even if Chu Jian bypassed her, in her heavily wounded state, the surrounding yang qi would be enough to eventually kill her. How could she not feel nervous? Yang Kai glanced over at her and flashed a grin before increasing the output of his true qi, wrapping her up even tighter, silently indicating that he would not abandon her. Perceiving this, Han Fei couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief, her cold eyes glancing back at him, her mood somewhat complicated. Human, you've successfully angered me. I've decided when I get my hands on you, I'll make your life so painful you'll beg for death. Chu Jian's angrily shouted from above. By now he knew that Yang Kai would never compromise, and was unable to hold back his rage. He no longer cared about anything else. All he wanted to do right now was capture Yang Kai and torture him to soothe the hatred in his heart. As he shouted, Chu Jian's speed increased again, fully displaying his determination to capture them. Yang Kai's face changed slightly, and he too began to dive quicker, but his cultivation was nowhere near as high as Chu Jian's. So although this environment was incredibly favorable to him, the distance between the two sides was slowly being shortened. Also, seemingly in response to Chu Jian and the other masters wantonly releasing their demonic qi, the magma within the depths of the volcano began churning rapidly, hindering the speed at which Yang Kai could penetrate it. 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters. As the depth increased, the surrounding yang qi and the burning heat became more and more intense. This kind of heat even made Yang Kai sweat, while Han Fei, who was nestled under his arm, was now dripping wet, beads of sweat pouring down her face, along her slender neck, and soaking her rich chest. "Are you at your limit?" Han Fei asked. Naturally, she could see how much Yang Kai was struggling now. However, Yang Kai remained silent. "Such misfortune, having to die together with a human like you." Han Fei sighed helplessly, a look of regret filling her face. "You shut up," Yang Kai shouted angrily. He hadn't expected that even now this woman was still discriminating against him. At Demon God Citadel, he felt that many of the ancient demon clan looked down on him. Only Guaner was easygoing around him, but at the beginning she too despised him. It seemed like in the eyes of the ancient demon clan, the human race was nothing but a third-class existence. Only their ancient demon clan bloodline was noble and worthy of respect. Everyone stared at him with clear contempt. These kinds of gazes made Yang Kai feel very uncomfortable. Han Fei's attitude was even more obvious. From the very first time she laid eyes on him, and even until now, she had always maintained a superior attitude and spoke down to him. Yang Kai couldn't understand what she was so proud of. As he spoke, with a great burst of sound, a pair of wings suddenly unfolded behind Yang Kai. When these wings unfolded, Yang Kai's speed once again increased dramatically, and under his control, the pair of large, gorgeous wings curled into a protective shield that wrapped around Yang Kai and Han Fei. The outside heat eased greatly when this was done. Heavenly Tao Law? Han Fei shuddered as she stared blankly at the flaming yang wings. From this pair of fiery wings, she felt an esoteric and incomprehensible strength and mystery. Such a profound manifestation of the heavenly laws was not something Yang Kai could cultivate, but must have been something he obtained through some special opportunity. You actually? Han Fei couldn't help but covering her mouth as she gazed at this sight in shock, nearly losing her ability to speak. Seems at least your vision's not bad. Yang Kai snorted. Correct. This is indeed a heavenly Tao law. Your good fortune really is enviable, Han Fei said faintly, extending her hand gently to touch his wings. But before she could even make contact, her fingers were repulsed. The rich yang qi contained in Yang Kai's wings was completely incompatible with her demonic qi. Although she wasn't injured by this small clash, a good portion of the demonic qi protecting her hand was purified. Retracting her hand, Han Fei bit her lip, but suddenly sensing something, she smiled happily and said, Chu Jian's speed has dropped. He should be reaching his limit, Yang Kai laughed. But as long as he continues guarding this place, we can't get escape and will sooner or later be caught by him, Han Fei said helplessly. Do you think that Senior Li won't notice this? Yang Kai sneered. You've been together with Senior Li for so many years, yet it seems you really don't know much about her. While it's true she is kind and benevolent, that doesn't mean she's ignorant. It's impossible for Li Rong to not know about Chu Jian suddenly mobilizing so many people, and even if she didn't receive word about his actions immediately, at most it will be a few days before she comes to rescue us. We just need to lay low for a while. Han Fei's pretty face suddenly blushed bright red as she kept silent. As one of the 4 great commanders, usually such a simple truth would have been obvious to her. But after all the sudden and unexpected events of today, her thoughts had become somewhat scattered. Human, you'll regret this. Chu Jian's unwilling roars arrived from above. Han Fei, if you don't want to die, bring that human brat to me and I swear I'll spare your life. Neither of them responded to him because both Yang Kai and Han Fei had noticed that he had stopped chasing them. Even with his second-order Saint Realm cultivation, Chu Jian was completely restrained by this environment and could no longer pursue them. As if she had suddenly found hope amidst despair, Han Fei's complexion became more radiant. Let me down, she suddenly called out. Now that there was a moment to catch her breath, she finally turned her attention to the embarrassing position she was currently being held in. But your injuries. Yang Kai shot her a hesitant look. Don't compare my ancient demon clan's physiques to your fragile human body. Before she could finish, Yang Kai let go of her. Seemingly noticing the displeasure in Yang Kai's mood, Han Fei didn't continue talking about it, but instead followed behind Yang Kai under the dual protection of his true qi and flaming yang wings. The roars of Chu Jian continued to resound up above, causing the magma to become more and more unstable, while Yang Kai and Han Fei nervously examined their surroundings with their divine senses, trying to find some kind of refuge. Suddenly, Han Fei smiled happily and pointed in a certain direction. Over there! Yang Kai glanced in the direction she pointed, and after sweeping the area with his divine sense couldn't help smiling and swimming forward. A moment later, the magma that had been wrapped around them this whole time suddenly disappeared, and the two broke into a natural cave. This cave was somewhat dark, but the ambient heat was at least less unbearable than within the magma. Surprisingly, in the depths of this volcano, a place like this actually existed. This discovery caused Yang Kai to feel delighted. Sitting on the ground, panting heavily, whether it was Yang Kai or Han Fei, suddenly surviving such a deadly crisis made them feel a sense of joy and relief. Gradually adapting to the surrounding darkness, Yang Kai looked around and found that to his left, hot magma still slowly flowed past, while to his right, there seemed to be a deep, bottomless tunnel. Let's move further in. If the magma was the suddenly rush inside, Yang Kai didn't feel at ease. The magma here was being kept out by some kind of natural barrier, but if this barrier were to suddenly disappear, the entire tunnel would quickly become flooded. Han Fei thought for a moment but didn't have any reason to refuse, quietly standing up and following behind Yang Kai. In the pitch-black darkness which made it hard for him to even see his own fingers, Yang Kai fumbled his way forward while Han Fei didn't dare to move too far from him. After all, the yang qi in this place was still too rich and she needed to rely on his true qi to safely resist it. A dripping sound echoed through the cave as blood flowed from Han Fei's wound and splashed onto the ground, hissing as it hit the blisteringly hot rocks. Yang Kai did not express too much concern. Judging from Han Fei's earlier condition and the strong physical resilience of the ancient demon clan, even such a heavy blow wasn't enough to kill her. After walking for who knows how long, through many confusing twists and turns, Yang Kai and Han Fei arrived at a large cavern with a particularly high world energy concentration. This cavern was extremely spacious and so high that it was impossible to see the ceiling with only the weak ambient light. Although Yang Kai couldn't see what kind of environment this was, but after releasing his divine sense, he at least knew there was nothing else living here. This alone gave him some peace of mind. He knew that in such a special environment, there was a high likelihood that some strange and powerful creatures would exist. If they were to encounter such a beast right now, neither he nor Han Fei would be able to resist. "Let's rest here for now," Yang Kai calmly suggested. Han Fei nodded lightly, following Yang Kai to one of the cavern's walls and sitting down cross-legged. When she sat, she made sure to leave space for Yang Kai to sit down beside her. Perceiving her intentions, Yang Kai couldn't help chuckling. This woman clearly couldn't separate from the protective range of his true chi, but she simply couldn't bring herself to apologize for her earlier words either, so she had to express herself with these kinds of actions. So hypocritical, Yang Kai thought to himself. After fighting a great battle and then fleeing from Chu Jian for so long, although the two still had an abundance of true chi, their physical and mental strength had been greatly drained. Soon after sitting down, both of them entered into a kind of meditative state, the spiritual and physical strength rapidly recovering. After 2 hours, a bright light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he slowly opened them. He had recovered to his peak state. Han Fei was still sitting beside him and, although she had yet to wake up, her aura was a lot steadier now. Her tender body now gently pressed against him. Yang Kai felt an indescribable softness and smelled a wondrous fragrance that seemed to naturally waft from this icy woman, rousing his spirits in many different ways. A short while later, Han Fei gradually woke up, and upon noticing her current embarrassing state, took the initiative to open a small distance between her and Yang Kai before coldly asking, "What should we do now?" "Explore the surrounding environment first," Yang Kai said, standing up, pushing his true chi slightly to emit a soft glow all around his body. Han Fei couldn't help but frown. She didn't like the hot aura radiating from Yang Kai, but there was no helping that. It was simply an instinctual reaction of her demonic chi towards his yang chi. "I have some light crystals on me," Han Fei said, pulling out 2 glowing stones from somewhere. Yang Kai smiled slightly, accepted one before leading Han Fei around to explore the cavern. Just as Yang Kai had suspected, this place was indeed a grand and expansive cavern, more than 300 meters tall and able to fit more than a dozen palaces inside it. This place also contained an astonishingly rich world energy, not Yang Yuan Qi, but pure world energy that any cultivator could absorb. The two explored the cave for a while but found nothing until they came across a path that led deeper into the ground. "Do you want to go in and explore or wait here for Li Rong to come to save us?" Yang Kai held up the light crystal and asked Han Fei. A hint of curiosity flashed across Han Fei's pair of beautiful eyes, and after only a brief moment of hesitation, she replied, "Even if Senior Li receives word of this, she won't necessarily know we're down here. This is a rare chance, we might as well go in and see." "All right," Yang Kai smiled. This place was a famous forbidden zone to the ancient demon clan. Even the 4 great commanders would not be able to access this region easily. In fact, without Yang Kai's asylum this time on her own, Han Fei would not have been able to arrive at this cave safely and would have already been melted by the surrounding magma. She was naturally very curious about what kind of secrets this place held. Even though the ancient demon clan had lived here for countless years, this was a completely unexplored area. So Han Fei's inborn curiosity eventually won out. Descending through the dark tunnel, the pair noticed that the surrounding rock walls were unusually sturdy. After walking for what seemed like forever though, the two still had nothing to show for their efforts. Han Fei, who was following behind Yang Kai, was now having some difficulty breathing steadily. Her lower abdomen had been pierced through, and although this injury was not a threat to her life, it still greatly affected her strength and mobility. "Let's rest here for a while," Yang Kai proposed. Han Fei nodded indifferent, knowing that he was being considerate. Upon sitting down, Yang Kai took out a healing pill and handed it to Han Fei, the latter simply glancing at him for a moment before calmly accepting it. "You don't have healing pills on you?" Yang Kai asked, frowning. "We can't practice alchemy. How could we have healing pills?" Han Fei replied faintly. "Why didn't you say anything earlier?" Yang Kai was speechless. This woman was so proud that she had chosen to use only her natural healing abilities to deal with such a grave injury rather than asking him for a pill. On the other hand, Yang Kai had thought that Han Fei, as one of the 4 great commanders, would at least have some common healing pills on her. "Well, excuse me," Han Fei snorted, thinking about something for a moment before suddenly taking out a flask and handing it to Yang Kai. "Want some water?" Yang Kai was surprised and almost unconsciously accepted the flask from her hand and drank a few mouthfuls. Han Fei asked again, "Want something to eat?" This time, she handed over a few pieces of fruit before Yang Kai could even answer. These fruits contained quite a lot of energy and were obviously high-quality items. This woman, was she doing this in order to express her thanks? Yang Kai looked at her slightly awkward expression and suddenly understood what was going through her head. Yang Kai secretly shook his head and accepted the fruits, eating them without any hesitation. "You seem to have brought a lot of things with you?" Yang Kai looked at her up and down, wondering where she was keeping all these things. Yang Kai knew that universe bags were artifacts that could be used to store items, and since coming to Tong Xian realm, he had seen a number of people with them. The several team captains from Bold Independent Union and the charm monster that he had killed were examples. However, Han Fei didn't seem to have one on her, so Yang Kai was very confused about what she was using to keep her possessions. "I usually collect various things and store them in my void ring for when I need them later," Han Fei explained casually, taking out another piece of fruit and eating it. "Void ring." Yang Kai's eyes lit up, his eyes instantly fixing on a small ring on Han Fei's right index finger. This ring was dark in color, and at first glance was obviously something quite old. A higher-end storage artifact compared to universe bags. You probably haven't seen them in the outside world before. Only some extremely old forces with rich heritages have such thing, Han Fei faintly explained, staring at the void ring on her finger. A flash went off in Yang Kai's mind suddenly as he asked, "Is this thing made of soulstone? You know about soulstone?" This time Han Fei was the one who was surprised. Yang Kai nodded gently. Why wouldn't he know about it? His wordless black book was a gigantic piece of soulstone. And this void ring is forged from a small piece of soulstone. It said that Sir Great Demon God obtained a large piece of soulstone in the past. No one knows what he did with it, but after he was done there were apparently some scraps left over which, with a number of auxiliary materials, were forged into a few void rings by a famous artifact refiner. These 4 rings are currently kept by us, the great commanders. Listening to her, Yang Kai thought about it for a moment and indeed recalled seeing such rings on Li Rong and Hua Mo's hands. It turns out these rings were storage artifacts that were superior to universe bags. Good, enough about that. This time I really owe you a big favor, so I won't advocate killing you after our agreement is completed anymore. But I can't guarantee that Hua Mo will agree as well. However, you can rest assured that with Senior Li's asylum, Hua Mo won't easily take action against you, Han Fei suddenly said. Yang Kai nodded slightly, knowing that her saying this was her way of indicating her stance. "I don't understand why Senior Li is so optimistic about you and is so attention towards you." "I don't understand either." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "If you have a chance, please help me ask Li Rong what all this is about." After half an hour, the pair resumed their exploration. It seemed that Han Fei's state was much better than before because of the healing pill. As they descended further into the tunnel, Yang Kai realized that the surrounding world energy was becoming even denser, as if it was gathering together somewhere below them. Recalling his experience beneath the central capital, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling shocked and ventured a bold guess. There couldn't be an earth vein below us? Could there? Hearing this, Han Fei thought about it for a while before nodding solemnly. It's possible. Suddenly excited about such a fortunate prospect, the two couldn't help greatly increasing their forward pace. After a mild sprint, Yang Kai suddenly came to a dead end with no obvious way to proceed. But on the rock wall in front of him, there were some shimmering lights. "What are these?" Yang Kai muttered suspiciously, stepping forward to investigate. Han Fei also walked over after seeing the situation in front of them, unable to hold back her curiosity. At the same time, the two reached out and gently pushed their true qi to break the rock wall in front of them. Yang Kai quickly sifted through the debris and soon found a fist-sized gem that gave off a pure and flawless aura. Feeling the energy contained within this gem and carefully examining it, Yang Kai quickly shouted, Han Fei, look at this. Isn't this crystal stone?" Han Fei's expression became a bit sour, not having expected this little human brat to suddenly start calling her name. But her attention was quickly attracted to the gem in his hand and no longer cared about Yang Kai's rudeness. After examining the gem herself for a moment, she nodded. "It really is crystal stone." "This is crystal stone?" Yang Kai was stunned. Such a big piece? Yang Kai had seen crystal stones before, but whether it was the ones he had received from Bold Independent Union's Yun Xian or the ones given to him by Li Rong, they all had a very regular shape and size, roughly equivalent to his thumb, so he was surprised to find a fist-sized chunk of crystal stone at the bottom of this volcano. Could this place be a crystal stone mineral lode? Han Fei's expression became excited as she leapt forward and sifted through the rock wall debris. A moment later, she too found a chunk of crystal stone amidst the gravel. But even though it was smaller than the one Yang Kai was holding, it was still several times larger than a common crystal stone. "This really is a crystal stone mineral lode," Han Fei declared confidently. "Didn't you say that it was a yang crystal or mineral lode beneath this volcano?" Yang Kai was also shocked. "I just read so in the records of our ancient book. It might have been a mistake," Han Fei explained. "But crystal stones are much more valuable than yang crystal, especially for our ancient demon clan. Yang crystal was basically useless to her and her clansmen. Only Yang Kai would want them, but crystal stones were different. Crystal stones were extremely valuable to all cultivators. After being trapped in this mysterious small world for countless years, almost all the crystal stones in Demon God Citadel had been consumed. Many of her clansmen had never even seen crystal stone before. This was also the reason why Pan Lang was so stunned when he learned that Yang Kai had obtained 50 or so crystal stones. Crystal stones were rare treasures inside this mysterious small world. About these, Han Fei's pair of beautiful eyes flashed a radiant light as she began to ask. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "Whoever picks it, keeps it. Don't be so shameless. This place belongs to my ancient demon clan. Obviously the things here should belong to my clan." Han Fei shouted in annoyance. "You're the one who's being unreasonable." Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he shook his head. "Although this place is a crystal stone mineral lode and contains who knows how many crystal stones, if it weren't for me, could you even move about here freely? If I stopped sheltering you and tossed you away, I wonder how many crystal stones you'd be able to mine." You, shameless." Han Fei became indignant. Right now she was being protected by Yang Kai's true qi, and without him she would have trouble even moving about freely, never mind trying to mine these crystal stone. "Then this is where we part ways. I'm leaving. You can stay here and keep these crystal stones company. Once you die, I'll just come back and collect them myself," Yang Kai said, turning around, preparing to leave. Seeing Yang Kai really intending to leave, Han Fei hastily grabbed his sleeve, bit her thin lips and stared at him sorrowfully, her face filled with a look of grievances, as if she had suffered from a terrible injustice, evoking a deep sense of pity. It was basically impossible for a woman as cold as Han Fei to show such an expression unless she found herself in a truly helpless situation. But now was exactly such a time. If Yang Kai were to leave, she had no choice but to follow him. But to have such a massive mineral lode in front of her eyes yet be unable to touch it, the suffering in Han Fei's heart could easily be imagined. Her clansmen very much needed these crystal stones. "What do you want to say?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at her, remaining calm and indifferent. "We'll do things your way. Whoever picks it, keeps it." Han Fei clenched her teeth as flames of anger nearly shot out from her eyes. "Then let's get to work." Yang Kai smiled happily, rubbing his hands gleefully. Han Fei said nothing, turned around and began bombarding the rock wall that contained crystal stones, sending massive chunks of gravel flying all over the place. Soon, she found some crystal stones within this debris, and with a happy smile forced them into her void ring, looking at her as if she was impatient to seize every last crystal stone in this mineral load. Xianxia couldn't help laughing before he too walked over and began mining. Crystal stones were generally found amidst other minerals, so if a crystal stone mineral load contained a 10% concentration of crystal stone, it was already considered quite a high-grade deposit. But the crystal stone mineral load beneath this volcano was actually of even richer than that, with the total concentration of crystal stone here reaching as high as 30%. Motivated by Xianxia's proposal of whoever picks it, keeps it, Han Fei was full of enthusiasm and no longer paid any attention to her injuries, violently bombarded the rock wall and sifting through the debris to find crystal stones, not even checking their size or shape before throwing them into her ring, as if she was afraid Xianxia would rob them from her. On the other hand, Xianxia's movements were rather relaxed, calmly accompanying Han Fei as she worked, leaving most of the crystal stones to her and only picking up a few here and there. While she was busy mining, Han Fei quietly glanced over at Xianxia and couldn't help feeling a bit smug, thinking about how silly this little human bastard was to try to compete with her, even knowing the giant difference between their cultivations. Although she felt so in her heart, she took care not to reveal her inner thoughts on her face, so as to avoid him becoming angry and storming off again. As time passed, the amount of crystal stones Han Fei gathered quickly grew to several times the amount Xianxia collected. By now, she no longer worried about splitting these crystal stones with Xianxia. After all, him trying to snatch things from here was really a bit unrealistic. As the two tunneled deeper and deeper, the concentration of crystal stones became higher and the stones themselves also became bigger. Xianxia even found a head-sized piece of crystal stone which surprised even Han Fei. She had never even heard of such a large piece of crystal stone. The two of them, dazzled by the astounding wealth in front of them, had completely forgotten their current predicament. However, one thing that Han Fei felt was strange was not despite his harvest being many times smaller than her own. This human brat still had a leisurely look on his face, as if he wasn't the slightest bit anxious. Did he know he wasn't able to grab as many crystal stones as her and was simply satisfied with the small part he was able to gather? Han Fei secretly guessed. This was actually not an unreasonable assumption. There were so many crystal stones here, and while Han Fei was collecting them for her entire clan, Xianxia was simply gathering them for himself, so even if he had a few times less than her, for his own use it would be more than enough. After a long period of mining, even with her astounding strength, Han Fei finally began to feel a bit fatigued. In this hostile environment, while having to keep one eye on Xianxia in case he tried to pull some kind of malicious stunt, Han Fei's mental and physical consumption were several times greater than his. Suddenly, Han Fei's actions stopped and a bitter look appeared on her face. She held a big piece of crystal stone she had just picked up and stood there staring at it, not moving. "What happened?" Xianxia asked with a playful smile. "I'm a bit tired. Just taking a break," Han Fei said, taking the initiative to retreat a short distance and sitting down cross-legged, careful to not leave the range of Xianxia's true chi protection, before quietly taking some unwanted items from her void ring and throwing them away. A moment later, she began mining again. But after less than an hour, Han Fei stopped again, a helpless look spreading across her pretty face as she shook her head. "Your void ring's full?" Xianxia saw this and immediately pointed out the problem. Han Fei glanced over at him faintly and asked, "Do you have any universe bags? Lend me a few." Xianxia shrugged his shoulders and indicated he didn't have any. "What are you using to store all those crystal stones then?" Han Fei swept her eyes up and down Xianxia, but she didn't see any trace of a universe bag or void ring on him. The crystal stones he had gathered so far seemed to have simply disappeared. She had no idea where he was hiding them. "That's a secret," no comment. "Humph." Trying to act mysterious, Han Fei snorted. Her void ring was a high-end storage artifact, its internal space as large as a small room. She didn't believe that a youth like Xianxia could possibly possess a higher-grade storage artifact than her void ring. After thinking about it for a moment, Han Fei gritted her teeth and softly called out to Xianxia, "I don't know why, but I suddenly feel a little cold. Are your injuries that serious? Yang Kai asked in fright. He didn't want Han Fei to die here. This woman was one of this mysterious small world's 4 leaders. If she were to die here, he didn't know how he would be able to explain to Li Rong. Such an event would inevitably turn the entire ancient demon clan against him. Before he found a way to leave this mysterious small world, Yang Kai didn't want to make enemies of the ancient demon clan. I don't know. Saying so, Han Fei actually began to shiver slightly. Yang Kai's brow furrowed greatly, and he immediately stopped his mining work, taking off his shirt and tossing it to Han Fei. Han Fei's expression became a bit complicated as she quietly whispered, "Thank you. You're welcome." Yang Kai smiled lightly, but in the next moment, his smile stiffened on his face. Because Han Fei, who a moment ago was shivering and had appeared quite feeble, suddenly straightened herself up, tied his shirt into a simple package, and began stuffing crystal stones into it. Yang Kai's face went pitch black as he realized that this woman's whole act just now was actually just for this. "Are you really so greedy?" Yang Kai said disdainfully. "What do you understand? My clansmen have all been desperate for crystal stones for many years now. Naturally, I have to collect as many as possible. Every single crystal stone I gather will have a great impact on my clan's development." Han Fei shot back without the slightest bit of guilt, never once stopping her hands as she shoved crystal stones into her new sack. "Would you like me to take my pants off too? You'd be able to make another sack with them." Yang Kai sneered. "Yes, please." Han Fei nodded indifferently, a completely serious look upon her face. Yang Kai trembled with anger and pointed his finger at her. "I'll remember this, you deceitful woman. I'll never believe a word you say in the future. Don't you have any sense of moral integrity?" At this moment, he suddenly felt quite distorted, emotionally speaking. What's moral integrity? Han Fei looked at him suspiciously. Although she understood honor and loyalty, as a member of the demon race, the concept of moral integrity really was foreign to her. Yang Kai huffed a few times before taking a deep breath and turning away, focusing wholeheartedly on mining crystal stones. Han Fei was also feeling somewhat helpless. Her void ring had been filled, and even she conned Yang Kai out of his shirt by pretending to have the chills. She had run out of places to store crystal stones, so she could only stand back and watch Yang Kai continue harvesting this wealth, her eyes going somewhat bloodshot in the process. 1 day passed, 2 days, 3 days. To her great surprise, Han Fei discovered that this human boy showed no signs of stopping. The crystal stones he extracted all seemed to simply vanishing into thin air. Over these past few days, Han Fei roughly estimated that the number of crystal stones Yang Kai had extracted was twice as much as she had. It was no wonder he was so calm at first and showed no intention of competing with her. Apparently he had already anticipated she would run out of storage capacity. But what about him? What kind of storage artifact was he using that had such a large amount of space? Han Fei had been quietly observing Yang Kai these past 3 days trying to unravel this mystery, but had yet to learn anything. What made her even more shocked was that in the days that followed, Yang Kai continued to reap huge gains. He seemed to have some kind of bottomless pit that no matter how many crystal stones were thrown into it, it would never be full. "I'll help you gather these crystal stones, and when we leave her, you give me half of them. Deal?" Han Fei finally couldn't sit still and reluctantly proposed. In response, Yang Kai shot her a cold look before completely ignoring her. 40% then. Han Fei grit her teeth and took a step back. 30%? If I help you, your progress will be much faster. You have nothing to lose by cooperating with me. How about 20%? Fine. 10%. 10% is the lowest I'll go. Don't talk to me. I won't believe anything you say. Yang Kai blew 2 hot streams of air from his nose at her. You stingy little bastard. What do you want so many crystal stones for anyways? The amount you've gathered is already enough for you to use freely for several dozen years. Even if I don't use them to cultivate, I can use them for other things. Yang Kai counted his fingers and said, buying herbs, buying artifacts, buying martial skills, buy secret arts, and buying women. Han Fei clenched her fist and ground her teeth as she yelled, shameless! You're in no position to talk. Yang Kai sneered, You're only safe right now because I'm protecting you. Don't talk to me anymore, or I'll abandon you here." Han Fei had never felt so bitter in her entire life, but didn't dare say anything more. In fact, with her Saint Realm cultivation, it would be a simple task for her to suppress Yang Kai here and force him to obey her. But just like he had said, Han Fei had her own pride and really couldn't bring herself to repaying the kindness of saving her life with such enmity. It was because Han Fei knew how to calculate gratitude and grudge that even though he found her somewhat annoying, Yang Kai's overall impression of her wasn't actually that bad. Yang Kai suddenly paused in surprise, picking up an unusual crystal stone from the rubble in front of him. This crystal stone wasn't very big, at least not compared to the ones he had previously collected, only about the size of his fingernail, but Yang Kai was keenly aware that the energy contained within it was many times purer and denser than any he had come across before. So much so that only a crystal stone the size of a washbasin would be equivalent. Staring at it for a moment, Yang Kai's expression slowly became solemn. "Saint Crystal!" Han Fei also called out in alarm, her hands covering her mouth in shock as she stared at the crystal stone in Yang Kai's hand. "Saint Crystal!" Yang Kai's brow also rose. "You mean the legendary higher-grade version of crystal stone?" During his time in Bold Independent Union, Yang Kai learned a lot about the mysteries of crystal stone, so naturally, he had heard of Saint Crystal. A piece of Saint Crystal contained more than 100 times the energy of an equivalent-sized crystal stone. And that was just a comparison of pure energy. In terms of true value, a single piece of Saint Crystal was simply incomparable to 100 pies of crystal stone, because crystal stones could be found everywhere, but Saint Crystals rarely appeared. Anything that was rare was precious. "There's actually Saint Crystal here?" Han Fei couldn't sit still any longer. It was torture watching Yang Kai mine crystal stone because she had nowhere to store more herself. But now he had actually obtained a piece of Saint Crystal. This kind of rare treasure could provide tremendous assistance to Saint Realm masters in their cultivation. By absorbing the energy inside a piece of Saint Crystal, she could quickly improve her strength. Yang Kai obtaining this kind of treasure caused Han Fei's jealousy to soar. Whether she had the ability to store more or not no longer mattered to Han Fei as she rushed forward and began violently striking the wall again. Yang Kai also refused to fall behind, drastically increasing his mining efforts, no longer showing the calm and relaxed demeanor he had before. Chunks of rock flew everywhere along with big and small pieces of crystal stones. Han Fei exerted the full strength of her divine sense to observe this storm of debris, but whether it was ordinary rock or crystal stone, she completely ignored it and let it fall to the ground. Yang Kai pushed his true chi furiously, while carefully controlling it with his divine sense to collect all the crystal stones that Han Fei ignored, stuffing them into his black book space. Ding dong! A clear sound rang out and Han Fei's eyes locked onto a target, her hand shooting out faster than Yang Kai could see, stanching up a different-looking gem. Grasping it in the palm of her hand, Han Fei smiled brilliantly. She had also obtained a piece of Saint Crystal. But in the next moment, she grit her teeth again because Yang Kai also harvested another piece and was casually showing it off to her. "Just you wait," Han Fei muttered under her breath, increasing the pace of her attacks again. For a time, Yang Kai and Han Fei acted like they were possessed, going all out to attack the rock walls and harvest crystal stones and Saint Crystals. The number of Saint Crystals was still quite small, only one or two occasionally popping up, but as time passed, Yang Kai managed to collect more than a dozen pieces while Han Fei gained a few times more. Her cultivation was significantly greater than his, so obviously the pace of her mining was faster, and taking advantage of her stronger divine sense, she would often discover the loose Saint Crystals first. However, she had no way to store the ordinary crystal stones that came loose as she was mining, so they ended up being taken for free by Yang Kai. As such, in terms of gains, the two were basically equal. Honk! A loud rumbling soundly rang out, and the wall in front of the pair suddenly collapsed, revealing a great chasm. But from the dark chasm, a terrifying pulse of energy could be felt. It seemed that, because the two people had broke open this passage, the energy flowing within the mine had become unstable. Gotcha! A burst of cracking sound came from all directions. Yang Kai and Han Fei's faces both went stiff at exactly the same moment, stopping all their movements as they stood in place silently, not even daring to breathe. Kachacha. The cracking sounds around them grew louder and louder as the entire cave began to tremble violently while pieces of stone began to fall from the ceiling. Yang Kai's brow twitched, his expression sinking as he whispered, "This might be bad. I think we should probably leave." Han Fei gently nodded. Run. Yang Kai shouted out panic, throwing all other thoughts to the back of his mind as he shot off like lightning towards the cave's exit. Han Fei also didn't hesitate and followed close behind. The earth trembled and the surrounding world energy churned violently, chunks of rock and clouds of dust constantly falling all around the pair as the cracks in the wall spread rapidly. Yang Kai did his best to observe the surrounding environment as he rushed forward. He knew that they were currently in the bowels of an active, unstable volcano. Now it seems that his and Han Fei's reckless activities over the past few days had disrupted some kind of delicate balance here, and the chain reaction they had started would likely cause the volcano to thoroughly erupt. When that happened, this cave beneath the volcano would no longer be safe. Facing this life or death crisis, the pair held nothing back, using their fastest speed to escape, reaching the huge cavern where they had first stopped over in the blink of an eye before shooting up the tunnel they had entered through and arriving in front of the flowing magma chamber. "Come here." Yang Kai snorted and grabbed hold of Han Fei's waist, spreading his flaming yang wings and wrapping both of them up before diving straight into the magma, rushing upwards towards the surface. Driven by the fierce momentum of the volcanic eruption, the speed at which the two ascended was several times faster compared to when they had dove down. Hong hong hong. The deafening explosions around them and the massive flow of destructive energy caused both Yang Kai and Han Fei's faces to become extremely dignified. At the same time, above the mouth of the volcano, a number of figures floated midair, each of them a powerful master that gave off a formidable aura. These people were divided into two groups, facing each other, and dangerous air lingering between them. On one side was the radical, militant demon race group headed by Chu Jian, while on the other were the moderate clansmen led by Li Rong and Huarimo. As Yang Kai had expected, Li Rong had been paying attention to Chu Jian's movements, and when she learned about him suddenly leaving his territory with so many masters in tow, Li Rong immediately realized what he was planning to do. Quickly summoning Huarimo, Li Rong led her subordinates from Demon God Citadel and rushed to the rescue, but she was still a step late. When she and Huarimo arrived here, Yang Kai and Han Fei had already been forced into the depths of the volcano by Chu Jian, and it was uncertain whether they were alive or dead. Li Rong, who had always shown great tolerance and benevolence, was right now, for the first time, feeling a great urge to kill Chu Jian. But before confirming the whereabouts and status of Yang Kai and Han Fei, Li Rong endured and ordered Chu Jian and his people to help her search for them. These days, the masters of the ancient demon clan had repeatedly dove into the volcano to search for traces of Yang Kai and Han Fei. Li Rong even went down personally, but in the end still found nothing. By now, most of the ancient demon race were convinced that the human boy and great commander Han Fei had lost their lives inside the volcano. Chu Jian's expression remained unchanged. Not only did he not show the slightest hint of guilt, there was even a flash of excitement in the depths of his eyes as she stared at Li Rong from a distance, wondering what she would do next. Now that things had gotten to this point, Chu Jian no longer bothered putting up a front. In recent years, he had been testing Li Rong's bottom line while gathering his strength. By now he had a fair understanding of Li Rong's capabilities. If a fight really broke out here, Chu Jian wasn't the least bit afraid, even somewhat eager to try. After so many years of imprisonment, most of the ancient demon clan's fangs had been dulled. Now was the time to awaken the true nature of their clansmen and baptize them in fresh blood. Senior Li. Huamo's face was ugly as he let out a sigh and said, "Great Commander Han Fei has probably already fallen." Li Rong's eyes were shut tight as she continued releasing her tyrannical divine sense, ignoring the burning pain the surrounding Yang Yuan Qi brought to her as she desperately searched the volcano. But unfortunately her efforts remained fruitless. When she heard Huarimo, Li Rong suddenly opened her eyes, the tempered expression on her beautiful face suddenly becoming gloomy as she ground her teeth. Her tender body trembling as she glared angrily and coldly shouted, Chu Jian, do you have any idea what you've done? Chu Jian sneered and nodded. I naturally know what I've done. There's no need Senior Li to remind me. Li Rong's expression became even colder as she slowly shook her head, calling out a low voice. You have no idea. If that human boy turns out to be safe, I can still spare your life. But if anything has happened to him, I'll bury you here along with him. As Li Rong shouted, a surging momentum pulsed from her body, causing Chu Jian's expression to finally change as he quickly retreated a few steps and swung his arm forward to block these invisible ripples, his sleeve disintegrating upon contact and scattering into the wind. Chu Jian's eyes couldn't help widening slightly, only now realizing that this woman who always acted tolerant and benevolent unexpectedly had strength that far surpassed his own. However, he too was now a second-order saint, so he quickly stabilized himself and a cruel expression slowly spread across his face as he shot back. Senior Li, instead of caring whether Han Fei is dead or alive, your first concern is about that human brat. Why is that? Beside Li Rong, Hua Mo also couldn't help frowning, a look of suspicion appearing on his face. Li Rong's words really drew everyone's attention. She didn't mention anything about Han Fei but was apparently only concerned about Yang Kai, causing even Hua Mo to wonder why. You don't need to know why. Li Rong showed no intention of explaining herself, simply taking a deep breath as she stared up into the chaotic sky, her eyes blurring slightly as she solemnly declared, all you need to know is that I can tolerate any mistakes you have made. I can even tolerate you quarreling with me and seeking to usurp me. But I will never allow you to get away with killing that human boy. If he dies, you die. Chu Jian breath caught in his throat. Li Rong speaking such forceful words meant she was by no means issuing an idle threat. It seemed like he had really inadvertently violated some kind of taboo. Chu Jian secretly shook his head, wondering if Li Rong had gone crazy. In front of so many of their clansmen, she had actually said this. Wasn't she afraid her reputation would be permanently damaged? Even Hua Mo showed a look of confusion at the moment, let alone their other clansmen. I'll give you 3 days. After 3 days, if he's alive, I want to see him in person. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. If you can't achieve even this, I'll kill you myself. Li Rong glared towards Chu Jian and issued her ultimatum. Chu Jian didn't show any signs of panic, but instead a look of anticipation, licking his lips as his fighting intent began to rise. He had no intention of obeying Li Rong's command. Things had already progressed to this point, so a fight was now inevitable. But before he could do or say anything, a fierce rumbling sound came from the volcano below, and the surrounding world energy suddenly became turbulent as a dangerous aura began welling up. Everyone's face changed as they all looked down and saw the magma inside the volcano's caldera begin to surge upwards. Xiao! A burst of magma violently shot 1,000 meters into the air before spreading out, raining down on the surrounding area. Xiao, xiao, xiao. Soon, more streams of magma burst from the volcano like arrows, each pillar of molten rock carrying with it an incredibly destructive force. Senior Li, fall back. Hua Mo went pale and quickly shouted out, hurriedly pushing his strength as he tried to escape from the volcano's fury. The volcano that had been silent for so many years suddenly erupted, red-hot magma spewing thousands of meters into the air from its gigantic mouth. In the sky above, a thick plume of ash began to spread out as flashes of lightning shot back and forth within it. All the members of the ancient demon clan scrambled to avoid the magma. Some of them who responded too late had been hit by the lightning and exploded into a cloud of blood, not even leaving behind any bones. A truly miserable death. The surviving ancient demon clan members all wore blank stares, their eyes filled with fear as they all pushed their strength and fled as fast as they could. Kacha! The magma and the lightning flew about randomly, and the entire region above the volcano became a land of death. The power of heaven and earth were unmatched. The 3 great commanders, Li Rong, Hua Mo and Chu Jian, all wore extremely dignified expressions, none of them daring to stop as they brought their subordinates and fled from the danger zone. They didn't understand what was happening here, but when confronted by the forces of nature, even they dared not act reckless. Amidst the clouds of ash, thunder boomed and lightning streaked, while down below, magma continued to spew out from the volcano's mouth. Such heavenly wrath stunned the ancient demon masters and caused many of them to shudder. Inside this mysterious small world, there were very few dangers capable of harming them, much less killing them, but today they had witnessed one. A moment later, Chu Jian and Li Rong and Hua Mo's groups arrived a few dozen kilometers away from the volcano's mouth, a relatively safe position, both sides staring back in awe of the sea of fire and lightning still erupting from the volcano's mouth. Li Rong's face was ashen. She had still had a glimmer of hope that Yang Kai and Han Fei had somehow survived, but now this hope had been thoroughly extinguished. Facing such a calamity, Li Rong felt that it was impossible for Yang Kai and Han Fei to have survived. At that moment, from the center of the volcano's mouth, two figures suddenly leapt out. Submerged amongst the magma and lightning, no one managed to discover the existence of these two figures as everyone's attention had been attracted by the vast heavenly wrath. The moment they left the volcano's mouth, Yang Kai and Han Fei also wore shocked expressions. Neither of them had expected that as soon as they escaped from the sea of magma, they would find themselves surrounded by this apocalyptic scene. The rampaging power that carried with it a scent of death caused both of them to tremble involuntarily in fear. "Keep moving!" Han Fei shouted. Now that they had left the volcano, she no longer needed Yang Kai's protection, instead pushing her own demonic chi and wrapping him up, flying out in a random direction. Yang Kai didn't resist, quickly summoning out his bone shield and pouring his true chi into it. The bone shield's mouth opened in response and created a barrier around the pair, helping block a number of deadly attacks for them. Hong hong hong. Great bolts of lightning crashed against the barrier and were quickly absorbed by the bone shield. But after only 5 such strikes, Yang Kai found that this defensive artifact, which had been further upgraded to mysterious grade top rank, began to show signs of collapsing. Fortunately, Han Fei's speed and agility were both outstanding, and she managed to bring Yang Kai through the field of magma and lightning while avoiding the most dangerous regions. A moment later, the two were finally escaped from the core of the calamity. "There's someone in front." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he called out, his face paling in the next instant. "It's Chu Jian." "Damn!" Han Fei's expression also became solemn. She had not anticipated that Chu Jian would still be waiting here for them. She and Yang Kai had stayed in the depths of the volcano for half a month now. Chu Jian being so patient was completely beyond her expectations. "We need to run." Yang Kai's face became gloomy as he whispered into Han Fei's ear. Han Fei nodded in agreement. Just as the two discovered Chu Jian, the other side also noticed them. After seeing Yang Kai and Han Fei's figures, Chu Jian couldn't help grinning ferociously. "You're still alive. Ha ha ha. The heavens themselves are helping me." Saying so, he cast a glance towards the far side of the volcano but couldn't see Li Rong and Hua Mo's situation. Chu Jian's nerves immediately relaxed. Since he couldn't see their situation, then they too wouldn't be able to see his, which meant he had a chance to capture Yang Kai and Han Fei before Li Rong could react. As long as he managed to hold these two, Chu Jian would have a strong bargaining chip to use against Li Rong. Li Rong seemed to care a great deal about this human brat, even more so than Han Fei. Chu Jian was quite eager to understand why. Coming face to face with their enemy after just escaping the magma and lightning, Yang Kai and Han Fei immediately turned in a different direction and fled, trying to escape from Chu Jian's vision. In response, Chu Jian just sneered and without hesitation directly displayed his demon god transformation. Like pitch-black snakes, complicated demon crests spread across Chu Jian's face, giving him an even more menacing appearance. His second-order saint's strength rapidly increased as his blood force and demonic chi surged. His figure flickering, Chu Jian shot out and arriving in front of Han Fei and Yang Kai in an instant, mockingly calling out, "Seems your luck is quite good, but it's just run out. Han Fei, hand him over." Saying so, he stretched his hand out to grab Han Fei. Han Fei coldly snorted and gently threw Yang Kai out, quickly using her demon god transformation as well to block Chu Jian's offensive. Although their strength differed by a minor realm, if Han Fei went all out she could still delay Chu Jian for a short time. Last time, Chu Jian had only managed to land a heavy blow and disable her because he had suddenly exposed his hidden strength and caught Han Fei by surprise. Yang Kai understood Han Fei's intentions and rode the strength of her toss to escape the immediate battlefield. But in the next moment he found himself surrounded by a dozen ancient demon clan masters. These people were all Chu Jian's subordinates, the weakest of which were still peak Immortal Ascension boundary cultivators, while 3 of them were transcendent realm masters. Yang Kai stood mid-air, frowning at the enemies around him, his heart heavy. He felt tremendous pressure from these people. Human, surrender. Sir Chu Jian has something he needs you to do. A powerful third-order transcendent looked down at Yang Kai coldly. And if I refuse? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, a stubborn light flashing across them. Then we will convince you through pain, the brawny sneered, stepping towards Yang Kai and reaching out to grab him. As this big hand came towards him, multiple phantom images of it appeared in Yang Kai's eyes, making it impossible for him to see which one was real, bringing him a great sense of crisis. Tightly gripping the bone shield in his hands, Yang Kai placed it in front of himself and furiously injected his true qi, sending out the several terrifying bolts of lightning it had just swallowed. Xiao! A burst of lightning shot from the mouth of the bone shield and easily shattered the palm images approaching Yang Kai before smashing towards the man behind them. The brawny third-order transcendent hastily retreated a few steps and pushed all of his strength into his hand in an attempt to resist this unexpected counterattack. With a loud bang, 2 streams of energy collided with one another before disappearing. Now in for a penny, in for a pound, Yang Kai gathered all of his spiritual energy into the small sword soul-type artifact in his knowledge sea, transforming it into a fiery red ray of light that shot towards the man's forehead. Such a loathsome aura! Realizing that Yang Kai's divine sense attack carried with it a strong flame attribute, the ancient demon clan master's expression became ugly as he too pushed his spiritual energy to block this attack head-on. This invisible confrontation was over in a flash, resulting in Yang Kai coughing up a mouthful of blood, his face draining of all color, and his body doubling over. Although Yang Kai's soul and spiritual energy was comparable in strength to an ordinary transcendent, it was still weaker than a third-order transcendent powerhouse's. If it wasn't for Yang Kai's spiritual energy having special attribute, this confrontation would have resulting in serious injuries to his knowledge sea, possibly even leading to its collapse. However, the brawny master suffered a small loss in this exchange. He had looked down too much on Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge sea, and after the collision, he couldn't help holding his head tightly and roaring in pain. A conflagrated knowledge sea, cultivated to the extreme, was capable of burning away all creation, and although Yang Kai had only just began cultivating his conflagrated knowledge sea a year prior to now, after swallowing the dozen conflagrated knowledge sea's demon god citadel had in storage, the strength of his divine sense attack could not be so easily ignored. Seize him! I want to crush every bone in his body, one by one, the third-order transcendent angrily shouted, ordering his fellow clansmen to attack. Yang Kai waved both his hands and instantly sent out several dozen drops of yang liquid, shaping them into sharp spears with his divine sense and sending them flying in all directions towards the surrounding demon race cultivators. Xiao, xiao, xiao. The yang liquid spears shot out light streaks of lightning. Too late to dodge. The ancient demon cultivators all hastily attempted to block these spears, but the pure yang yuan qi harshly restrained their demonic qi, and some of them were inevitably hit. The strong physiques the ancient demon clan cultivators were so proud of were pierced by Yang Kai's yang liquid spears as easily as paper. A sizzling sound burst out as the demonic qi and yang qi violently collided and tried to destroy one another, and in an instant, 3 of the ancient demon clan masters had taken serious damage. If these injuries had been caused by some other kind of attack, they would have been able to basically ignore them and with the help of their body's strong vitality restore themselves within a few days. But the blazing hot yang qi contained in these yang liquid spears was the ultimate nemesis to their demonic qi, and the wounds created by them could not be sealed unless they first dissolved the rampaging yang yuan qi that had penetrated into their bodies. Fresh blood spurting out like fountains from every wound that was created. The remaining ancient demon cultivators became even more fierce and brutal with their attack, not paying any attention to whether their companions were dead or alive. All of them closed in on Yang Kai and sent a barrage punches and kicks towards him. Yang Kai only had time to condense a 2-layer Yang liquid shield to block this offensive. The 2-layer Yang liquid shield collapsed in an instant under the combined attacks of 2 Transcendents and 8 peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, while Yang Kai himself only persisted for a single breath after that. Blood spraying from his mouth, Yang Kai's body flew out like a kite, tumbling through the air dozens of meters before finally coming to a stop. "We need him alive," the third-order Transcendent who had suffered a small wound to his soul cried out, quickly turning to pursue Yang Kai. At the same time, on the other side of the volcano, Li Rong and Hua Mo finally noticed something was wrong. "Senior Li, someone seems to be fighting over there," Hua Mo said with a puzzled look on his face, not quite certain what was happening. "This aura?" Li Rong knit her brow as, with great difficulty, she extended her divine sense through the swirling magma and lighting in order to probe what was happening on the other side of the volcano. Soon recognizing a familiar energy fluctuation, her pretty face lit up. "It's Han Fei. Commander Han Fei didn't die." Hua Mo also cheered up. "If she's all right, then that human boy is definitely fine as well." Saying so, Li Rong's tender body transformed into a streak of light as she shot off towards the opposite side of the volcano. Since seeing the solitary golden eye in Yang Kai's knowledge sea that day and having been struck by its divine golden light, Li Rong had her suspicions. She found, at the time, that the solitary golden eye gave off an aura that was very similar to what was described in the ancient books left by her clan's ancestors. So after leaving Yang Kai's stone room that day, Li Rong immediately consulted with those ancient books and discovered that just as she thought, records of the solitary golden eye's appearance and abilities existed. Upon learning this, Li Rong sent the third-order Transcendent Duanya to guard Yang Kai, and even this time, she had specifically requested Han Fei to personally escort him to the volcano to ensure his safety. Before she was able to uncover the truth of this matter, she didn't want to see any harm come to this human boy. As to the speculations she didn't dare to inform anyone, even Han Fei or Hua Mo, who were also great commanders of her ancient demon clan, because she wasn't certain. She needed time to observe Yang Kai and verify that her guess is correct. However, Chu Jian's sudden interference had nearly shattered her hopes, deeply angering her. But now sensing that Han Fei and Yang Kai were alive, Li Rong was overjoyed and immediately flew towards the other side of the volcano, taking advantage of her outstanding cultivation to break through the most dangerous region right above the volcano's mouth, just so she could arrive a moment sooner to assist them. Hua Mo followed close behind her, a touch of fear and anxiety appearing on his face. He clearly noticed now that normally calm and steady Senior Li would lose self-control when it came to that human boy, even not caring about her own safety. On the other side of the volcano, Yang Kai fell from the sky and hit the ground, bouncing and rolling a few times before finally coming to a stop. Quickly leaping to his feet, he wiped the blood from the side of his mouth and vigilantly swept his surroundings. The ancient demon clan masters who were chasing Yang Kai couldn't help staring at him in amazement, one of them nodding slightly. "The flesh of this outsider is no worse than that of my clan. He's not even hurt after falling from such a height. I heard that when he was in Demon God Citadel, he severely injured Pan Lang and several of his lackeys." "Really? This is getting interesting." All of them were chatting amongst themselves, apparently not in a rush to pursue Yang Kai, openly expressing their admiration. One of the figures that was floating up higher also stared down at Yang Kai oddly, a powerful and imposing aura pulsing around him. Chu Jian. Noticing this stare, Yang Kai's expression grew heavy as he glanced over towards the distance and discovered that Han Fei, who had been blocking Chu Jian a moment ago, was actually lying in a pool of her own blood, her pair of cold, beautiful eyes slowly blinking, her face pale, her lips slowly mouthing something. Although they were too far away for Yang Kai to hear what she was saying, from the movement of her lips, he could tell that she was trying to tell him to escape on his own. "Sir." The surrounding ancient demon masters saluted. Chu Jian gently nodded before turning his attention back to Yang Kai, letting out a burst of laughter filled with mockery. "Your human race has a saying, a wise man will submit to his circumstances. I hope you won't resist any further. Han Fei can't protect you. And neither can Li Rong. Ha ha." Facing this desperate situation, Yang Kai suddenly laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Chu Jian coldly snorted, seemingly disgruntled with Yang Kai's attitude. In response, Yang Kai slowly lifted his hand and pointed to the sky behind Chu Jian's back. "Instead of telling me that, you should tell Li Rong. She seems to be coming." Chu Jian's look changed abruptly as he turned his head and looked, soon spotting a pretty figure rapidly approaching their position. Li Rong's face was filled with anxiety as she loudly cried out, "Chu Jian, stop right there. If you listen to me this time, I can forgive all the transgressions you've made. But if you harm a single hair on that boy's head, I'll never forgive you." "Senior Li," Chu Jian coldly snorted, shouting back at her. "Since I, Chu Jian, have already gone this far, there is now no turning back. Today, it will either be your death or mine." Saying so, he no longer paid any attention to the approaching Li Rong, but instead turned around and stared at Yang Kai with his cold eyes. The words Li Rong just spoke made Chu Jian feel even more strongly that this human brat really had an unusual position in her mind. He didn't have to fight with Li Rong at all. As long as he could capture this human brat, he would have already won. In that instant, Chu Jian seemed to have seen Li Rong bow down in front of him as he took control of Demon God Citadel and become to absolute ruler of this mysterious small world. Such wondrous prospects made him feel incredibly excited. As long as the mysterious small world was unified under his command, he could restore his clansmen's true nature, and when they finally left here, they would once more shake the world. At that moment, a seemingly ancient voice suddenly resounded throughout the heavens and earth. "Devil transformation," Yang Kai's quietly whispered, swiping the index finger of his right hand across his forehead. His voice was as ice-cold as if it had come from the 9th level of purgatory, sending chills down the spines of all who heard it. The world trembled, and everyone present couldn't help feeling unsteady. In the chaotic sky high above, a great vortex began to form, filled with a powerful destructive aura. The wind surged and brought with it a sense of intimidation even greater than the fearful volcanic explosion. Yang Kai's upper body suddenly let out a scarlet light before a multitude of black lines began appearing, climbing up his body like snakes, branded his skin. At that moment, Yang Kai's aura underwent an enormous change, becoming fierce and bloodthirsty. He had no choice now but to show his trump card in the hopes that he could buy just a little more time to allow Li Rong to arrive. As long as he could hold out until Li Rong reached him, he would no longer have to worry about being taken away by Chu Jian. If possible, Yang Kai didn't want to use his devil transformation in front of the ancient demon clan because this technique was too similar to their demon god transformation. The origins of his technique were unknown to Yang Kai, but he instinctively felt that if he were to display his devil transformation, it would bring him a lot of trouble. The last thing he wanted was for them to think he had stolen their demon god transformation. That was an untouchable taboo for the ancient demon clan. But now, he couldn't concern himself with such things. However, Yang Kai soon discovered that there was something very different this time when he used his devil transformation. A pulse of energy from all of the surrounding ancient demon clan members flew towards Yang Kai and entered his body. The Second Order Saint Chu Jian was no exception. Even the heavily injured Han Fei, who was a few hundred meters away, had her power extracted and, as a result, immediately passed out. In an instant, the ancient demon clan masters gathered around Yang Kai discovered that their strength had dropped significantly. On the other hand, Yang Kai felt a tremendous power circulating through his body. He almost couldn't help roaring in excitement, lifting his hands and gripping them slightly, feeling like he was able to crush the entire world if he wanted to at that moment. Yang Kai felt invincible, that there was nothing he could not do. Demon God transformation? Chu Jian called out in alarm as he stared at Yang Kai in shock. Right now, the exposed skin of this human boy, with the exception of his face, was covered in demon crests, the most standard form of the demon god transformation. Moreover, the number of demon crests Yang Kai had was significantly more than Chu Jian's own. How is that possible? Chu Jian was dumbfounded. Demon god transformation was a heritage martial skill that could only be performed by members of the ancient demon clan. Not even other members of the demon race could cultivate it. After all, demon crests were an inherent characteristic, Other demon race people didn't have demon crests, so it was naturally impossible for them to display the demon god transformation. So how could this human brat do it? And his demon god transformation seemed to be stronger and more profound than any Chu Jane had ever seen. Vaguely, there was even a kind of power radiating from this human that was suppressing him. Chu Jian quickly noticed that the demon crests on his face were melting like spring snow under a hot sun and quickly disappeared. His blood force and demonic chi plummeted at that moment, and his combat strength fell to a near non-existent level. Both Chu Jian and Li Rong were equally shocking. But the latter also showed a look of pleasant surprise. The attractive eyes of the mature beauty who rapidly flew over flashed a strange light as she stared towards Yang Kai, trembling with excitement as if she had just witnessed something she had been greatly anticipating. Hua Mo, who was behind her, also stared dumbfounded at this scene. Li Rong and Hua Mo both called out in alarm and fell powerlessly to the ground as soon as they came within 1,000 meters of Yang Kai. As soon as they reached this point, a strong suppressive force came over them, one that made them subconsciously feel like any resistance was futile. Every ancient demon clan member present couldn't stop themselves from trembling as they stared towards Yang Kai, as if he was their natural enemy, fear filling their hearts. It's real. It's real. It's really real. I wasn't mistaken. Li Rong murmured over and over to herself, tears slowly gathering at the corners of her eyes. Senior Li, what's happening? Why can he display the demon god transformation, and why does his demon god transformation give us such a massive suppression? Hua Mo was terrified and hastily asked, "This must be a gift from Sir Great Demon God to my ancient demon clan. The prayers of our ancestors have finally been answered. Sir Great Demon God has certainly sent him here to save my clan." Li Rong's face was filled with reverence and respect. Sir Great Demon God? Hearing these words, Hua Mo's complexion changed. In the hearts of the ancient demon clan, the status of Sir Great Demon God was supreme. But Senior Li, I can't summon any of my strength right now. Hua Mo's expression became solemn. It's not just you, but all our ancient demon clan cannot stand before him. The majesty of Sir Great Demon God is inviolable. Li Rong tried to straighten herself up, standing in place, staring towards Yang Kai with a look of utmost respect. Then Chu Jian. Hua Mo looked changed slightly. He is no exception? Li Rong sneered, no longer saying anything, now just calmly watching this situation play out. On the other side, Yang Kai suddenly let out a roar. At this moment, he experienced a kind of happiness that he had never felt before. He didn't know what had happened or why he felt this way, but after displaying his devil transformation this time, his mood had become somewhat different. He felt as if he was standing above the clouds, indifferently looking down on the people below. The ancient demon clan masters who had given him tremendous pressure, and even Chu Jian whose strength brought him to despair, were now nothing but ants in his eyes, their lives his to take if he so chose to. He didn't understand why he had such a feeling. Just now he had only used his devil transformation in the hopes he could delay his death long enough for Li Rong to arrive and save him, yet now this kind of unexpected accident had occurred. As all the ancient demon clan around him shuddered and trembled, Yang Kai collected himself and glanced over at Li Rong and Hua Mo, who were staring towards him from 1,000 meters away, and oddly noticed that they were standing still, not showing any intention of moving closer. However, the way the mature beauty Li Rong was staring towards him had once again undergone a great change. If Yang Kai wasn't mistaken, the look this beautiful woman was now sending him was one filled with respect. This discovery stunned him. "Are you a human or a demon?" Chu Jian's eyes trembled violently, his face pale as he asked angrily. "Who knows?" Yang Kai let out a light breath and grinned towards Chu Jian. "Why do you know my clan's demon god transformation? Where did your demon crests come from? Why is your demonic chi stronger and purer than mine?" Chu Jian couldn't understand what was happening, his expression filled with grief and indignation, harshly interrogating the human boy in front of him. "No comment?" Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and walked over to him step by step, sneering as he said, "There was no hatred or grievances between us, but since you maliciously targeted and even tried to kill me, you must pay an appropriate price." You dare! Chu Jian cried out in rage, his eyes going completely bloodshot. Staring at the human brat who was slowly approaching him and feeling the thick murderous intent he was giving off, Chu Jian naturally knew what he was planning to do. All of his bones creaked as he desperately tried to summon the demon crests on his face. But no matter how hard Chu Jian tried, he simply couldn't gather the slightest bit of strength. It seemed that under the influence of this human boy's aura, his own strength had been completely sealed and was no longer his to control. This discovery enraged Chu Jian as he glared hatefully towards Yang Kai and shouted, "You despicable human! What do you do to me? Why can't I use any of my strength? You really can't gather your strength? I thought it was just my imagination, but it turns out to be real." Yang Kai gently nodded, his expression completely relaxing. The reason why he had been slowly walking over was to create a sense of pressure on Chu Jian in order to test his reaction and see if his strange feeling was real. Now it seemed his intuition was correct and there was no need to fear the current Chu Jian at all. "Kill him!" Chu Jian shouted coldly, quickly ordering his subordinates. He felt that if he didn't kill this human right now, he would be suppressed by him forever. Chu Jian still hadn't figured out what kind of method this human brat had used to seal his strength. "Sir, we're also—" What made Chu Jian fall into desperation was that apparently all of his subordinates, whether they were peak Immortal Ascension or Transcendent Realm Masters, were all rooted in place like wooden stakes, unable to move, only capable of helplessly staring at Yang Kai, powerless to stop him. "No one can save you," Yang Kai shouted, his speed greatly increasing, arriving in front of the Chu Jian in the blink of an eye and callously declaring, "Today is the day you die." Saying so, without the slightest hesitation, Yang Kai gathered all of his demonic chi, summoned a massive black dragon behind him. Letting out a terrifying roar, the huge dragon gently hovered above Yang Kai's head and glared down at Chu Jian. "You can't kill me. I'm a saint. My flesh is dozens of times stronger than profound steel with your pitiful strength." Xi. The beam of dark energy struck out as fast as a snake towards Chu Jian and easily pierced a hole in his shoulder. Chu Jian's voice caught in his throat as he felt this sharp pain in his shoulder, his eyes going wide with shock as he stared blankly towards Yang Kai, his mouth moving but no sounding coming out of it. Xiao xiao xiao. One after another, black energy beams bombarded Chu Jian and soon, his strong body was riddled with holes, blood flowing freely from each one, slowly forming a crimson puddle at his feet. However, the strong vitality of the ancient demon clan allowed Chu Jian to remain standing even though he had suffered such serious injuries. "Saint Realm indeed." Yang Kai's mouth curled into a sarcastic grin as he stared towards Chu Jian. "Come to think of it, I have yet to swallow the soul of a Saint Realm Master. I wonder what it tastes like. It seems you'll have the good fortune to be the first. Don't worry. I'll make good use of your sentiments regarding the martial Tao and heavenly law. What do you want to do?" Chu Jian's complexion finally changed. With his strength, even if his body were to be destroyed, so long as his soul survived, he could take over another body, just like what old demon had once tried with Yang Kai. Chu Jian had been secretly planning on using this method to survive this ordeal. All of his clansmen around him were possible candidates. As long as he quietly concealed himself, he would still have an opportunity to stage a comeback. As long as he figured out how Yang Kai was suppressing him and how to resist it, killing an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage human brat would be a breeze. But Yang Kai's words just now made him realize that something was wrong. Apparently, Yang Kai had no intention of letting his soul go. At this moment, Chu Jian really began to feel desperate. "You'll understand soon enough," Yang Kai grinned. In the next instant, the black dragon that had quietly been hovering above his head let out a fierce roar, opened its mouth, and swallowed Chu Jian into its stomach. It was obvious that Chu Jian was struggling inside the black dragon, but with his strength completely sealed, there was obviously no way he could escape. Gradually, Chu Jian's movements became slowed to the point they came to a stop. At that moment, the black dragon collapsed and disappeared, leaving behind a bloody corpse that fell to the ground. "Sir!" Chu Jian's subordinates called out in alarm as they witnessed this unbelievable scene. A second-order saint, without even being able to resist, had been ruthlessly killed. Yang Kai's tyrannical and merciless methods caused all of them to tremble in fear. From the corpse, a huge mass of spiritual energy emerged and tried to conceal itself. It was Chu Jian's soul. He had wanted to use the moment Yang Kai dropped his guard after killing him to secretly take over one of his men's bodies. But just as Chu Jian's soul left his knowledge sea, he suddenly felt an incredible force latch onto him. Facing this suction, Chu Jian was unable to resist, similar to what had just happened a moment ago when he was facing Yang Kai's strange aura. Everyone around faintly heard Chu Jian's screams. Yang Kai felt a massive spiritual energy mass enter his knowledge sea. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, Chu Jian's soul avatar vigilantly glanced around. Everywhere he looked there were raging flames. This human's knowledge sea contained a terrifying flame attribute which slowly roasted Jian's soul, making him feel incredibly uncomfortable. In the center of this sea of flames was an incredibly beautiful five-colored island. While floating high in the sky was a giant closed eye. The moment he saw this eye, Chu Jian instinctively felt an urge to kneel down and prostrate himself, and before he could regain his composure, the closed eye slowly began to open. Upon fully opening, the golden eye radiated an awe-inspiring sense of majesty. A beam of golden light shot out from this solitary eye and struck Chu Jian's soul avatar. An indescribable pain washed over him as his soul was quickly being purified, causing Chu Jian to scream miserably. As his consciousness was fading, he suddenly recalled some old records he had seen many years ago, causing him to freeze up and his pupils to go wide, staring towards the golden eye in panic as he muttered, "Demon Eye of Annihilation? So that's how it is." At that moment, he finally understood why this human boy was able to use the demon god transformation, and why he was able to suppress all the members of his ancient demon clan. It turns out he possessed the demon eye of annihilation. The majesty of Sir Great Demon God was inviolable. Before his consciousness disappeared completely, Chu Jian understood everything and realized the stupidity of his actions, but everything was too late. Outside, after watching Yang Kai kill Chu Jian, all the members of the ancient demon clan couldn't help shuddering. All of them were bloodthirsty and militant by nature, unafraid of death, but seeing their leader, a powerful second-order saint, die so inexplicably caused them a great deal of fear, all of them directing panic-stricken looks towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai stood motionless, observing the situation inside his knowledge sea. After Chu Jian's consciousness was completely purified, he opened his eyes, nodded with satisfaction, and began glancing around at his surroundings. His gaze was like a butcher staring at a flock of sheep, and no member of the ancient demon clan could muster the courage to meet eyes with him. Right now, Yang Kai was considering whether or not to kill all of Chu Jian's henchmen. In truth, he wasn't worried about them retaliating against him. Although these people had followed Chu Jian and opposed Li Rong, in the world of the ancient demon clan, the strong were revered. These cultivators had always been free to choose who they followed. If Li Rong's methods were strong enough, it would not be impossible for her to conquer them and let them obey her. Moreover, after witnessing what happened here today, it was unlikely any of these people would dare try to find trouble with Yang Kai again. So even if he didn't kill them, the likelihood they would seek revenge against him was minuscule. Yang Kai had been learning the habits and characteristics of the ancient demon clan from Guaner over the last year, so he understood this point fairly well. Might as well ask Li Rong. Yang Kai thought about it and decided to put the issue aside for now, ignoring these people and walking over to Li Rong, his pace slow and steady. "He's coming," Hua Mo said, a tinge of fear in his voice. As Yang Kai approached, he could feel the power suppressing him increase. Just now, he could still use some of his strength, but when Yang Kai approached to within 200 meters, Hua Mo found himself struggling to even move his fingers. "I'll talk to him, you just keep quiet," Li Rong hurriedly urged, turning back to the clansmen who had accompanied her here and ordering, "Don't show any hostility towards him." Even she didn't know what Yang Kai was going to do now, so naturally she didn't dare anger him. All of these ancient demon clan masters nodded solemnly. "Senior Li." To Li Rong's relief, when Yang Kai stood 10 feet in front of her and greeted her, his expression was still the same friendly one she was used to. "Please don't address me as senior. Just call me Li Rong. Li Rong managed to squeeze out a smile, carefully observing all of Yang Kai's reactions. Yang Kai was a bit startled but soon nodded. I accidentally killed one of your Saint Realm masters? What do you have to say about this? His death is not worth pitying, Li Rong rapidly replied. Yang Kai's face showed a satisfied expression. He could feel that Li Rong's words were not just some perfunctory response but her true feelings. However, this answer still caused him to be slightly confused. Smilingly lightly, he followed up, So, you don't intend on blaming me? Why would I blame you? Yang Kai chuckled and narrowed his eyes slightly. The struggle between you and Chu Jian is an internal matter of your clan, while I am just an outsider. Now that I've killed Chu Jian, I think it will be difficult to guarantee that none of your clansmen will want to avenge him. I'm a person who prefers to pull out roots when weeding out trouble. Li Rong's expression quickly became solemn as she replied, I can guarantee you that no one will find trouble with you over this. Yang Kai's words were obviously hinting that even she was not free from his suspicion. Oh! Yang Kai's brow rose. Before today, you were still an outsider to my clan, but from now on, you are no longer an outsider.